accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law, 1975, be advised that a notice of this meeting has been made by posting on the bulletin board, town hall, and mailing to the officially designated newspapers a list of the meeting dates annually, indicating that this meeting would take place at the town hall at 7 p.m. on Monday, March 20th, 2023.
Councilmember Marzani?
Here.
Amy Lawrence?
Here.
Gary Rosen?
Here.
Virginia Truitt?
Here.
Rick Lennon?
Here. We'll start with the approval of minutes of 3/6, sorry.
I think they were so.
Okay, they weren't.
It was a short meeting, so.
There wasn't really much to say.
I mean,
Okay.
She did them, but nobody had a chance to look at
Jump into memorializations.
Resolutions are being
Accept.
carried.
it. Let me with the minutes.
That's correct.
Super. Well, let's get going then. First order of new business, calendar 374320, Christopher and Margaret Craig, 15 Rippling Brook Drive in Short Hills. This is requesting a 1-year extension for previously approved variance.
Is anyone here before that? No?
Oh, no?
No? We'll make an appearance.
Okay.
So this is an application to extend, they just want 1 year, one additional year? What's the request?
So request, it expired in 2021, so this was in 2022. So we actually would need 2 year extensions.
Right, right, that's why I'm asking, is the request on, what is the request until time-wise? Is it 1 year from today? They requested,
1 year, requesting 1 year extension. I guess that depends on who you want to go. Whether it's on the date or if you choose to leave it.
did the applicant indicate the circumstances as to why there's been a delay?
Just that, materials and things like that became real, difficult.
So this is an application that was granted back in August 17, 2020 to permit the construction of additions to a dwelling on property located 15 Rippling Brook Drive in Short Hills. And there were certain variances that were granted, a 9.74-foot second-story side yard setback on the west side of the dwelling, and a 25.3% combined side yard setback. The applicant is asking for an extension of time because of inability to acquire certain materials according to our lien necessary for the work. So the board can say no, they can say yes, or anything in between, around 6 months. It's really up to the board under the circumstances. I will say that it looks like that the variance relief that was granted was not extensive. There were no D variances required as part of this.
August is the anniversary, right?
Well, this was August of 2020, so August of 2023 would be 3 years.
Right. So they have to be
So they have 1 year,
1 year.
2021.
1 year,
23.
2022, just one more year to 23 to make it effective
That's
till.
right. So
And that's only good till August of this year.
That's correct. And I'm guessing that the applicant would need more time
Than that.
Yes.
So, I have no issue with it, so if anyone else has a problem with it, otherwise can I have a motion in this case?
So just so we're clear, the motion would be to extend the approval for 1 year from this date.
Correct.
Second.
Did you make a motion?
I didn't, but I'll.
Thank you. In a second.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, there you go. Next up, we have a similar situation, calendar 384921. Jonathan Sheehy, 97 Oak View Terrace, present tonight.
Yes.
Come on up.
Hi.
How are you?
Great, how you doing?
Good. So why don't you bring us up to speed with where you are in your project?
Well, let's see. It took us, the reason we're asking for your help on this is that it just took us longer than expected to find an available designer, and then it took the designer longer than expected to have availability for us. They were backed up. But we're, deep in the process with them. We have, at this point, 2 bids coming in from contractors. And with your approval, we would be ready to move forward, almost immediately sometime this spring. It's just the process took us much longer than expected because everybody was backed up.
So you expect to have your permits issued within the next year or so?
Definitely.
Okay.
I would say within, the next few months.
Great. Any questions? Anyone on board? Okay, in that case, can I have a motion?
Move to grant the extension.
And a second?
Thank you.
Chandra on the second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Good luck with the project.
Thank you guys so much.
That'll be also 1 year.
That one here.
1 year from today's
Today.
date.
1 year from today. Okay. More than enough time. Thank you.
Right, good. So our applications this evening, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plowman will be the last one we hear this evening. Schlanger will be in that case, so we're just gonna change that order a little there. And our first application this evening is calendar 388922, which was carried from 3623, 9 Bailey Road, Cornelius and Doug McDouth. Come on up. How are you?
Evening.
Good. What's your expectation?
So, before we start, just to bring the applicant up to speed with regard to this particular application. So this application was originally carried from, the 6th of March to today, the 20th of March, because at that point, we were concerned about having a minimum of 5 affirmative votes for you to possibly be granted the variance relief that is required as part of this application, which requires an FAR for a floor area ratio variance, which requires a minimum of 5 affirmative votes. As you can see, tonight, due to other board members being absent, we are still down to 5 eligible board members. The board members, Regina and Gary, both listened to the tape or watched the proceedings, and they have so certified. So we have a total of 5 eligible board members. So the applicant is aware you need 5 affirmative votes to grant the approval, to have the approval granted. So basically, you have to go 5 for 5 on a vote.
Yep.
If it was only 4 people voting in the affirmative and 1 voting in the negative, then the application would be statutorily denied. My suggestion, since you're here and since we already adjourned it once, is to proceed, finish your presentation, open it up to the public,
Sure.
and then at the end, you can make a decision as to whether you would like the board to deliberate and vote on the application or have it again carried to another hearing so that you would have more than 5 eligible board members. That will be up to you at the appropriate time.
I do appreciate it. All right. Yeah, we understand.
So why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Xiaoquan Peng. I am a registered architect in both the state of New Jersey and the state of New York. And
So why don't we, before we start, and
Yeah.
it's been some time since the last application, let's first have you sworn as a witness.
sure.
So first raise your right hand, you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're gonna give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
So state your name, address, and affiliation.
So my name is Xiaoquan Peng, and my
Can
address
you
is
spell first name, please?
XIAOXUAN, last name Peng, PENG.
And you testified last time
Yes.
as part of this application?
Yes.
And your license remains in good standing?
Yes.
So I don't think we need to qualify, Mr. Payne.
No, as it was a previous
All right.
qualified.
Thank you. So I do want to try to give a recap of the case because Mr. Gatt and Mrs. Gatt need to have a new challenge. They do need to expand their house a little bit. And last time we did receive a major concerns about FAR. right? So with this time, we work very hard and multiple revision to bring down the FAR at the 36%. So one of the major points I want to make is like, can we start to take it off from D variance to C variance? But again, I'm going to go through the process with everyone.
Okay, but let me just sort of have the board cut to the chase for a second. So are you saying that with the revised application, you will no longer need an FAR variance?
I would try to say that, yeah, because like right now, the original floor area ratio is 43.5%,
Right,
and right now we bring it back to 36%.
36, so that no FAR variance is required.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
So you've changed it from the documents that you sent, okay.
Yeah.
Just so we're not clear.
Right, and the second one is like the max building coverage, which is remain unchanged from the last one, right? And the lot coverage, max lot coverage, we actually did a good job reducing it from 54.5% to 46.6%, which indeed we need a variance for that, but that's not a D variance. Also, the side yard setback previously is actually within the limit, but the sky plan is protruded 2 feet. But right now, because we set back the side wall on the attic, so we believe it's right at the sky plan as well. So
You don't need the variance for the side yard setback over 18.
that's what I'm trying to say as well. All right. So literally, we require building coverage, and we require a lot coverage variance relief. All right. So that's basically the summary of it. And if we want to go to the drawing.
What's your new building coverage at again? 46, you said 46 point.
Building coverage is 23.7, which is actually, almost like
Yeah,
right at the 36. Yeah.
And then your lot coverage, you said is gonna be what?
The lot coverage is 54.5, and we bring it back to 46. Yeah. So it's a lot better than the previous design.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to walk through the plan with the.
Sorry, the building coverage you mentioned is 23.7 from what?
That's the existing one,
And
right? From the previous
It's going
previous
to-
plan. Right.
Was
Remain
there a
on.
plan after the February 1st plan?
Pardon?
Was there a plan submitted after February 1st, the revision? You're saying revise it again?
No, that's the revised plan I submitted already.
Okay, because it still shows 36.8.
Yeah, you're right at 36%. That's what I'm saying. Right.
Okay,
It's
so-
36.8, I thought.
Oh, no, so you still need an FAR
Can't
variance.
say we're.
36.8. Yeah.
Okay, so you still need an FAR, okay.
Well, I thought the FAR variance from the last time you were before us was proposed at 43.5%,
Mm-hmm.
correct? Where the
Yes.
max is 36%.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
On your plans dated February 1st, 2023, it says that the FAR proposed is 36.8%.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where 36% is the maximum.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
this is very important.
Mhm.
So although you only exceed the FAR percentage by 0.8%,
Mm-hmm.
you still technically need an FAR variance. Do you understand?
Yep.
And with regard to the side yard setback over 18 feet,
Mhm.
do you fully comply or?
So the setback, the wall is fully compliant. But if we think about the sky plan, I believe that's with the height is going to setback, right? It will be a sky plan, a diagonal plan, and the wall is within the plan. But the roof, we have like half foot protruding the sky plan. If you see the elevation would be in A103, I believe.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
hold on.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like you still need, due to the minor protrusion, a
Mhm.
side yard setback variance over 18 feet. Is that correct?
That's something I would like to seek the suggestion from the board as well, because if it's a main structural wall, I believe we don't need a side yard setback. But if just the roof, right, I need to see the board's suggestion. If just the roof is not a major structure, based on my experience, that doesn't count as a protrusion.
All right, well, why don't we listen to some of the testimony?
Sure.
But you do need the FAR back.
Okay, cool. All right, so if we look into the plan, right, we have a extension on the back wall. The main changes in the side plan is the side wall. Previously, it's hard pavement, and right now we remove it and reverse back to the grass. So that's how we reduce the lot coverage. And also, there's a concrete here. We plan to take it out and reverse it back to grass. That's the one major change. The second one is,
I'm sorry, when you say concrete, you mean, is it a patio?
right now it's patio, yeah, showing in the section. And in terms of the FAR and the plan, the first floor plan actually remained the same. So that's why the building coverage remained exactly the same. But from the second floor and up, the back wall actually set back 2 feet. And the attic wall as well, it has a 2 feet setback. Besides that, on the side, which close to, I believe this is the west side, it has 2 foot and 4 inch setback. So that's how we make a huge, improvement in terms of the sky plan. So this wall is fully within the sky plan, FYI, but just the roof is protruding a little bit. And with the calculation of playing with these two numbers, the attic actually within the 50% of the area of the second floor. So that's why the FAR is reduced a lot, and we bring it back to 36.8.
Did you have elevation with the side yard setback? Did you have
Yes.
elevation on that?
So that's what I want to bring. So this is basically the sky plan I'm talking about. Previously, the attic wall is extending all the way from the bottom and up. With this attic wall setback, if you see this dash line and this very dark sky plan, it only have like 1 foot protruding the sky plan. So that's why I would like to see the board's suggestion as well. Based on my experience, that shouldn't become as a protrusion. All right. So the rest of them just like revising the elevation based on the current floor change and design option. Yep, that's pretty much the latest update.
So you're looking for a 1.6% deviation on lot coverage. You're looking for a 0.7% deviation on building coverage. You're looking for a 0.8% deviation with regard to FAR, and your position on the side yard setback over 18 feet. Variance is that you don't need it because the only protrusion is from the roof.
No, I leave, is that the case?
Well, I
So
mean,
I
I'm
was
looking
under
at
the impression that it's not.
A104, which shows your,
Elevation, right?
your front facade.
Yep.
So to show a side setback line of
Mhm.
18 feet, and then you show the additional.
Yep.
There's a line, so it seems that it's more than just, what does that dotted line represent?
The data line is the exterior face of the structure wall.
It's the wall of the structure.
Yeah,
So
exterior
it
face.
is more than just the roof overhang, which is, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has a
so-
plus.
Yeah, it isn't just the roof, the wall does extend, so I think we still need that.
Okay.
And the roof, the wall, extends by how much for purposes of analyzing the variance?
I think at its most, it looks like 1 foot.
So you have to revise the deviation in the event that it is approved.
Pardon?
You'll have to revise the deviation in the event that it is approved. What exactly you need
Okay.
if you have that wall in that structure.
Okay. So that means we still need to have the variance for that. Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Any questions from the board?
Yes. I know you just explained it, but I didn't really understand how you got the FAR.
Bring it down, right?
Yes, can you just explain that
Sure.
again, please?
Sure.
So
So,
to add to Amy's question, give me the square footage you're at right now, what your deviation is, just to make sure we're like
Sure.
on the right page here. So those
Yeah.
are 130 feet, but
sure. So, the previous floor area ratio is 2,899 square foot. And the lot size is, I need to flip through this one as well.
$66, $57.
So that's the previous one is 43.5%, and right now this the floor area is 2,456. And how to add it up? It's the garage is 334, and the first floor right now is 1,137. The second floor right now is 985, and the attic, which is higher than 6'6", is 488. So it's less than 50% of the 985. So that means the attic area, we don't need to count it. We only need to add the garage, the first floor and the second floor, which end up 2,456.
So you said the garage hasn't changed,
The garage
the
hasn't
first
changed.
floor hasn't changed.
The first floor hasn't
So
changed.
you changed the second floor
The second floor and attic,
and that,
yes,
okay. And you moved the wall
back
back from the rear.
for the rear.
And your total deviation now in square footage is what?
2,456.
No, that's not the deviation, that's what you're asking for,
Oh, yeah.
deviation.
Okay. So I need to calculate that 0.8% of like 6,000.
That one?
Like a 0.02 deviation.
Yeah, it's, I thought it was 100 and so, 30.
He just did the calculation. That's
Yeah,
what
but
he
I
said.
thought that was the original
What's
deviation.
the lot area?
The lot area is 6,000. I'm just checking the notes here. Actually, it's in this one. It's 6,657.
What is the lot area?
It's 146.
Well, 6657 is what your total lot area
Yeah,
is.
and
You're-
towns.
Right, so you're allowed 36%.
So it's,
So
if
you're-
it's
so
1%,
2396 is what's allowed, and are you asking for 28? No, you're not asking, what are you asking?
it's
for?
about 50.
What?
I believe it's about 50. It's 6,657. 1% of it is like 66, right? And then 0.8 of 66%.
No, what's the total square footage you have for your FAR right now?
2,456. That's the total, right?
Is that what's proposed?
That's what's proposed.
Currently?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it is. So it's about 142.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought, those are 140 feet, 137 feet.
Is it even that much?
I think should be less than 100, right?
No, it's not, that's not.
Hang on.
Yeah.
2456 minus 2396.
Yeah, it's like 60 square feet.
Right, it's
60 square feet.
Yeah, that's about right.
all right, so it's a 60 square foot deviation.
Mhm.
And let me clarify one other thing. With regard to the lot coverage,
Mhm.
aren't you currently, isn't the house currently at 51.1%?
Currently, the lot coverage is actually 54.5%.
54 point what?
54.5%. And the floor area, the square footage is
Wait, no, stop.
Yeah.
And that's, the existing is 54.
The existing is 54.5.
Right, so if you're going from 54.5 lot coverage currently to 46.6%, so you're reducing lot coverage.
We're reducing it, yeah. And it's going to benefit for the water system as well.
Okay.
Oh, so this number's incorrect.
Yeah, those are not, that's not right. Those aren't either of these,
This makes it,
so.
Right.
Okay.
where is this?
Do you have any other questions?
Yes, we can do that.
Anyone have any other questions? Could you shave 60 square feet or no?
It's really hard.
Anyone in the audience have any questions regarding this application? Anyone in the audience have any comments regarding this application? Then I'll close the public portion of this hearing. Board members, what are your thoughts?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I guess initially when I looked at this, I was thinking, well, I think I didn't completely understand the change in FAR.
Mhm.
And I was thinking, after you presented it initially, well, why could you not just make it fit within the 36%? But I do think that you've made a big effort to make this work much better.
Yeah.
And I do think, that you've brought the lot coverage, it was over previously, and while it's still over, you've brought it down significantly. And the square footage of the FAR is not that significant. I mean, it's 60 square feet, and 0.8% is not a huge deviation. So I think, I think overall I could support this, yeah.
Any other thoughts?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when I drove by, could appreciate the hardships that you have on that property. It is very small, and the house is
Yeah.
small compared to the neighborhood. It's very charming, and appreciate your efforts to reduce the size. I had the same question you did. Is there any way you could shave that off so you don't need an FAR variance? And did you discuss it with the homeowner, any ways to decrease
Yeah.
even so you could conform?
Well, we really go through a lot of rounds and try and reduce it, but considering, like right now the life challenge is really a lot, and the family like seeking to expand the family, right? And working from home is also a challenge, right? So if we do not provide the enough space for the family, it's also going to be a pity for the family as well. So that's why we try so hard to meet at the edge, and as you see, right, it's at 36.8, and that's why I try to sharpen as well. Thank you.
So, this is a good example of getting what you need versus what you want. And, albeit we're not an aesthetic board in terms of how a development looks.
Mhm.
I don't love the Eastern Western's exposures. I think that you lack a little creativity there, and I'm sure it's in keeping with the street.
Mhm.
But like I said, I'm not here to opine on that in terms of recommendation, but it would be nicer to see those sides be not quite as bulky. But in general, I appreciate the effort that was made to bring this down to a modest ask, and yet still give this homeowner what they need, so I would support the application.
Thank you.
Good motion.
Okay, wait. So you've heard the board start to deliberate
Yeah.
on this prior to making a motion. Is the understanding that there's only 5 eligible board members, does the applicant still want to go to a vote on this application?
I want to seek that suggestion as well. So yes, so we will go for it.
I mean, I would say at this point, absolutely. We did a lot of late nights working on this, getting it down to a reasonably as
We
close
can't
as
take any
possible.
testimony for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yes,
I didn't
yes,
hear any
we
of
will
that.
go
So
for it.
what's, the applicant wishes to proceed with the
formal vote on the application?
Yes.
In that case, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve calendar 388922.
A second?
I can second.
Shandu Harjani,
Yes.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Craig Pledner.
Yes. Sorry for the delays and good luck with the project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have calendar 389022, Ben Helm Hall at 83 Maple Street, Milburn. This application was also carried 3623. Okay, we're gonna swear everyone in that's going to speak.
Hold on.
And,
Okay. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, please state your name one at a time.
My name is Ying Li, spelled as Y-I-N-G, last name L-I. I'm the architect. My office is my home office at 89 Pine Street in Melbourne. And I am registered in New York and New Jersey, and I have testified in front of this board for a number of times.
License in good standing.
Yes.
Okay, your credentials are accepted. Go ahead, your name.
My name's Helen Hall, Hall. I'm one of the homeowners with my husband Ben.
Will Ben be speaking this evening? Yeah, okay. That's fine.
I'm gonna go for good part tonight.
Strategic decision.
There you go. Fair enough to swear you in. So, please proceed. Whoever would like to speak first.
Shall I go first?
Yeah.
There you go. Me and my husband Ben, despite the accent, we've been in the US for nearly 20 years. Been in Melbourne for 8 years, and we bought our house in 2017. We have 2 daughters in the school system, so we're very much calling Melbourne our home. Really just about more space for us. We're not asking to go out or extend, just utilize the space that we have in the interior. We both hybrid working, so need office space, and we have 2 teenage daughters who apparently need a lot of bathroom mirrors. I don't know what to tell you. We're very much kind of looking at local community and the housing and trying to be in keeping with the style of Melbourne, and certainly the Wyoming sections have been very, very cognizant of that.
Okay, great. One thing, before we keep going here, you heard what Mr. Simon said regarding last application in terms of the number of voters on this board.
Mhm.
Okay, your situation is the same. Okay, we have 5 voters. You do have a D variance on this case, which means you do have to get a clean sweep, so to speak, as to an approval. We will do the same thing we did in the last case. We will deliberate. Okay, if you don't see it going your way, you can choose to not take a vote and carry the case, or you can move forward with a vote. That's going to be something we'll extend to you as well because of the short numbers we have here this evening. Okay,
Understood. Thank you.
please proceed.
Okay, yes.
To it.
Yeah, all right. So I think because I believe each board member has a package, so I think I will go through the application with the package, referring to the page number. First of all, we understand that there are actually 6 variances involved in this application with a D variance. And but all 6 variances are existing non-conforming. So when I took this job, I understand it's a challenging one. But when I look at the property, I also realize there is basically any addition or development to the site will trigger variance. And so my goal in this project is to minimize the deviation and impact the design will make to the neighborhood. So I hope by today's presentation, I hope to demonstrate to the board the care I have taken in my design to limit the impact. First of all, the lot size, this is in R5, the lot size at 7,500 square foot is basically about half of the minimum required lot size in R5. On the first page, next to the vicinity map from the Google map, I guess that's, or actually NJ parcel map. And I also included a zoning map in the Wyoming section. The 3 lot on this street, they are all at 7,500 square foot. They are actually more like the size of a R6 lot, but they just happen to be R5. So that it basically makes everything difficult. So that's the lot size. And then, but I think just to cut down to the chase, the most difficult one is the FAR. And because the existing, I guess besides the attachment F in application, I made a chart on the first page, the lower left corner. It shows all the deviations, basically the variance we are seeking. If you look at the last column on the conformance, all of them are existing non-conforming. And none of them, I guess the first one, lot width, lot depth, lot size, and lot coverage, there's no change. Because in this project, what we are doing is there's no increase in footprint. There's no increase, because there's no foundation work. What we're doing now, we are proposing, first of all, the current style of the home is Cape home. And there are, if you look at the floor plan, on the existing floor plan, I think it's A02, you see A02, it shows the existing second floor plan. It's a Cape house. Its second floor has 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. All the rooms has low ceiling. So and then at the front is a cathedral ceiling of the living room downstairs. Basically, there are 2 rooms with a bathroom in between. So I would say the layout and size of the house does not fit the home of the horse with 2 teenagers. But this house will not fit the lifestyle of any family who is moving to Melbourne or this neighborhood. So that's just the nature of this house. That's the existing condition. If we look at look at the FAR, that's the biggest one and most significant one is the existing house already exceeds the 30% FAR. But their big part of it is taken by the existing 2-car garage, which takes 4.5%. It's the size of the lot. And we are the addition, all we are adding square footage wise to basically give the extra bedroom on the second floor. All we are adding is 352 square foot. And then, so the 2 bedroom on the second floor will become 3 bedroom. All we're adding is that. And then volume wise, 2/3 of that added 352. If you look at the same A02, is taking the volume of the existing cathedral ceiling. And then the other third is built on top of the existing den, which is 1 story high. So I understand it because this is a tough one. So we have to be careful in everything. The first thing we did is we actually retained Cassie Keller to basically to take that will be the exhibit. On the last page, exhibit 2. We hired Cassie Keller to basically establish average grade of the house to figure out existing building height. With that, we know that the maximum we can do 32. And zoning wise, okay, now we are looking at building height. Okay, we can look at either the building height either from application or on the first page. The building height we're allowed to go 32 feet. And the existing is 24. Technically, the building and the zoning will allow us to go a walk-up attic, but we choose not to because be mindful of the impact this will do. So we only building height-wise, I know it's not a variance item, but building height-wise, we're only going actually less than 2 feet below, less 2 feet higher. It will be just not a walk-up attic, only the HVAC unit will be up there. So even though it's not an item, variance item, but what I'm trying to illustrate is that we are mindful about the impact. We're not trying to maximize. We're mindful of the impact of this massing. So if you look at the Exhibit 1, which they are the pictures. Exhibit 1 is the page next to the last. And we had basically 3D rendering down to basically illustrate what is the future massing will do to the neighborhood. You can see that the added massing, I would say half of 30% of it is taking from the existing cathedral volume, and the other half is building on top of the den. So I would say that
So on Exhibit 1, which is next to the last page of your submission, what is outlined in red is the proposed addition?
yes, that is the volume, because I think in this case, it's more than zoning in the way that it's not just a number. It's if I go by number, for example, this building can go higher without triggering another variance, but it's more about overall how, even though I'm adding, but how overall it fits on the streetscape. So we are sensitive to the site in the way that the first thing is we need to know how high the building is, and then if we go up, let's say certain feet, whether we'll impact the streetscape. So we visualize that we're only going about 2 feet higher. It basically goes with the natural slope of the Maple Street. That's one of the basic examples to show that we are mindful of, even though by number we're big on FAR, but every effort is being made to minimize the impact.
Do you know what the difference is in the elevation between looking at
Existing and
Exhibit
new?
1? No. What the difference in your elevation versus the house immediately to the right? You're looking at the photos in Exhibit 1. So I'm referencing the house to the right where the chimney's facing the street.
Yes, I think the house lower down the street, lower, right?
Right.
Because right now, I would say their house, even though they are on the upper hill, but they are actually the same level, or actually looks like, it looks like right now, actually look at the picture in the middle, top middle, looks like 2 feet. I guess by doing this, something like usually I can, for a long time, it's about 2 to 3 feet higher, ridge to ridge, higher than existing. And
I'm talking about comparing the elevation of the home, where the home is on the property, to the elevation of where the home is on the property, on the house to the right.
Yes, basically the AD 83 to 81, I would say it's about 2 to 3 feet from the ridge to ridge. That's the difference. And we're adding less than 2 feet. That will become 4 to 5 feet higher than house on the lower. When we are building a house on the slope, the one that's actually get impacted most is one on higher. We're actually basically very mindful by the neighbor on the left side, if they will express concern of something higher and then blocking my view downhill to the city or to, so yes, basically that is the example of showing, I would say that the volume, the existing home, the cathedral ceiling is a loss for the owner, but in a way that because of the cathedral ceiling, we're adding 352 square foot. The volume is not pure, the volume, in terms of volume, we're not adding up that divided, times the height. So basically the volume, part of the 60% of the volume is already there. That's the existing.
Just to build on Rob's question earlier about the distance or the difference, you said 4 to 5 feet. By increasing 2 feet elevation, you go up higher by 4 to 5 feet to the next door neighbor on the right.
If I can eyeball the existing condition now, we are probably 2 to 3 feet higher than the neighbor downhill.
Mm-hmm.
But if our natural grade, if you take a look at it, it's actually more than 2 to 3 feet higher. So in a way, if you want to take the absolute height of the building, this house is lower, smaller than that. I don't know if you ever visited the site. It's like the tiniest, it's like ugly, smallest duckling on that block. I'm sorry. So it's like somebody's carriage house.
How does this compare to the neighbor on the left?
On the left, on the higher side. Actually, if you walk by, you can see the picture in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And basically top middle, that house is very high up. If you walk on the driveway, it's menacing the driveway. So even so, it is what it is. So we are overall, we're adding 2 feet higher, less than 2 feet higher. So it's not like it's not a variance item, but just basically show that how much we're, the main. And with Casey Keller's survey also demonstrates that the existing home have more front setback than the average setback he took. Overall, all we're asking is 352 square foot, added a living space. Because the second floor is not usable for them, I don't think it's usable for any other family either. Anything they add will trigger FAR. And the existing FAR was driven by the small lot and existing large 2-car garage, which is like 100 years old. And if I would say that the most illustrative, yes, it's the zoning summary I have on the first page. All the variants we are seeking are existing non-conforming, and out of 6, 4 of them we do not have change. Actually, 3 of no change in the existing non-conforming. There's no change in. Let me look at Eileen's. The front yard setback, there's no change. We have more than the average. The side yard setback, there's also no change because we are going on existing footprint going up. There is change, the additional side yard setback for building above 18 feet. Because, but on the other hand, we actually hipped instead of right now, basically, if you really look like a zoning, like a 3-dimensionally, it's going straight up. Actually, now we're going hipped, actually. That is also mindful. That is really trying to make the zoning better. That is aesthetic. The hipped roof is driven by the zoning. So by hipped, we actually improved the additional side yard setback for building above 18. So that's number 3. Number 1, no change. Number 2, no change. Number 3, slightly better with the zoning in mind. Number 4, combined side yard setback, also existing non-conforming, no change. Number 5, building coverage. We only have 0.56 addition, it's because we just added a shelf, basically a canopy over the front entry, that's all.
Can you just identify where the building
Yes.
coverage is being added?
I guess, this one you can
You
see.
don't have to mark that because it's the same that the
Yes.
board has.
And then. So right now, basically,
Wait, what plan are you
it's
referring to?
A101,
Thank you.
A101, number 1, that's the first floor plan. You see that basically all the exterior wall remains and the building footprint remains. The added portion will be basically a cantilevered canopy, which does not even have a column. A cantilevered 5 feet deep canopy to provide shelter from the front entry. Right now, it's just right out in the
Okay,
rain.
you've now marked A101
Yes.
with your pen, and so now we're gonna mark that sheet as A1, because it's now part of the record, to identify the additional building coverage.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so can you just mark,
Mark
just
as
put in the date of
Um,
March 20th, please,
okay.
A1.
Yes, that is the added building coverage that contributes to 0.56% increase in the building coverage. So that's number 5 of the 6 variance. And then number 6 is the D variance, and that is the FAR. And if you can take a look at the same zoning analysis on the first page, lower left corner, I have a breakdown of that FAR. Basically, first floor, there's no change. It's only 1,432 square foot. Second floor, we added 352, and there's no attic. And the existing garage take 4.5% of the FAR. There's also no change. And no change on the first floor. Second floor is the one and only change. It's to add another bedroom to make 3 bedrooms, second floor. I think it's reasonable in this town. So all in all, we are asking 352 square foot. And okay, in addition to those volume massing and number-wise, is basically the style and the detailing and the material of the house. We are very mindful about the neighborhood, so we will keep everything will keep the same character with the neighborhood and with the streetscape in mind. I approach the design in a 3-dimensional way, not only to look at the zoning in terms of numbers, but the volume of it is important. So overall, I'm confident it's a very small house over there, and we are asking a modest addition, and with careful planning. I don't think visually and volumely it will affect neighborhood negatively. And let's just say if they got denied, they move to the next house, whoever move in will have to do something to make this house livable, to support a family of with children, which likely. So I don't think it's possible. I scratched my head. I just feel like this not possible to do anything without trigger the FAR. And I think I have done the best way I can to minimize the FAR. And then to forego attic, it is a sacrifice we made in order to minimize, I know, the condition of the FAR.
So currently, how many bedrooms and bathrooms are in that?
Right now, they have 2 bedroom, 1 bathroom on the second floor, and they are like the Cape House. They don't have flat ceiling there. You can barely,
And as proposed, how many bedrooms and bathrooms?
3 bedroom and 2 bathroom.
So we're adding a bedroom and a bathroom.
Yes, basically 352, it's a bathroom and a bedroom, yeah.
So I'm confused by that. Is there a bedroom on the ground floor?
There's a bedroom, it's being used as an office, yes,
Okay,
yes.
but so it's actually a 4-bedroom house under the new.
Eventually, yes, eventually it will become, I guess, yes.
Well, wait. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's is it right now a 2-bedroom with the 3rd bedroom being used as an office? We just need-
Right now, yes, okay, if we're talking about the first floor, we are not changing the existing bedroom or office on the first floor.
Right, so there is a bedroom that's
On the
being used as an
first
office on the first floor.
It's, yes, we're not changing that room.
And there's a bathroom on the first floor.
Yes, there's a bathroom.
Okay, so it's currently a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. One of the bedrooms is being used as a study or workspace.
Yes,
And now we're going to a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom.
two bathroom because, 4-bedroom and a 3-bathroom.
2 upstairs, 1 downstairs.
Yes, yes, I guess the idea of bedroom being on the second floor, if you have parents, children on the second floor, it's natural to think that way, and it's also natural to have the first bedroom, yeah.
So right now we have a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, and we're proposing a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom.
Yes. I think the main thing is just the lot is half of the minimum lot size in R5.
If you're in R6, which is problem go away, FAR?
If it's R6, I think we're still over because, no, we're slightly over, not as bad, but it is an R5. It is R5, I think, actually existing would be right under the FAR if it were in R6.
It's slightly oversized lot for an R6.
Yes. It just, in every way, this house, actually there are 3 houses on that street, in every way they felt like the lot size felt like the R6 lot. And if you look at the aerial map on the first page, even the 2, this is 83, the 81 and the 79, they all had addition. I think at the rear, they all actually had addition. And their house, 83, is the one who has not gone any addition. And another characteristic of this lot, I don't know if it matters in your decision making, is there is a property, the back of their house. Basically, they're abutting a property which has which actually was addressed on Wyoming Avenue. It's long and deep, so in a way that their lot, it's like a create a buffer zone for the house like next on the opposite side of the block, because that is an unbuildable area. And the homeowner actually did try to approach the owner of that house, trying to purchase that, basically like a, dog-tailed, the pocket. It wasn't successful. So it is just the nature of the lot. But on the other hand, anything they build, it is a buffer to the neighbor across on the other side of the block.
When you're referring to 81 and 79, those are what, Maple Street addresses?
Yes, it
And
basically
are those properties that are closer to Wyoming Avenue?
Yes, I think you probably can see something from Exhibit 1 and the existing condition. If you look at the Exhibit 1, that's the page. Yes, there is. Yes, in the Exhibit 1 and the.
Right, on the bottom left.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
The bottom left, you see that. I think especially the 2 house down, that house that had extension build that's beyond, guess is their average rear setback. And then the house right next to them also, I think had an addition. I can't.
Do you know, or can you approximate the FARs for currently for 81 and 79?
If they had a garage, they're definitely over. If you just eyeball, I can't tell if they had a garage or not. Do you know the two neighbors have detached garage down the house?
One, the street down the hill had a garage and that was part of the extension. And then the one down the street, I don't know the answer.
Let me see.
I mean, if you don't know.
You need to guess.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out from the aerial map. It's possible that one of them have attached the garage with garage door facing the street. That is possible. But this property came with a detached garage, and yep.
Anything further?
I think all in all, I'm trying to say that 6 variants, all of them are existing non-conforming. 3 of them no change. 1 of them I improved it by hipping the roof, and the 4th one is basically added with less than 1% of addition to give some shelter to the front entrance. And the last one is because of the existing, mainly because of the existing garage. But to tackle that, our approach is basically to go as minimum as possible. And I feel like it's a saving grace that volume-wise, the cathedral ceiling basically made the addition less, less visible that way. So the last one is big, but it's really because the lot size is half of the minimum required, and the presence of a detached 2-car garage. There's no change in footprint, and volume-wise, basically added a third of we're asking 350 square foot, and 60% of it, the volume is already there. Really volume-wise, massing-wise, yeah, it's.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Would you estimate, or would you guess that this house had any additions over the years or no?
You mean this house? No.
Yeah, this is the original
It's
building.
obvious, yes, yeah.
Is the garage used for
Yeah.
cars?
Not very often, but every now and then.
Most of them, they don't fit, It's,
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience? Any comments from the audience? In that case, I will close the public portion. Board members, I'd appreciate it if everyone spoke as we said we can go 5 for 5 here if we do so. So please give the applicant the courtesy of your opinion. So who'd like to go first? Go ahead, John.
I think it's a modest task, given the size of the lot and given that there is no increase in the footprint. Building height, as the architect mentioned, that they could have gone much higher, but they've kind of stayed to the conformity within the area. And it looks massive, six variances, but most of them, all of them are existing non-conforming, 4 of which are unchanged. And the real one is the FAR. And that one, I think, with the cathedral roof and with the modest ask, I think with the given family, 350 square feet odd, I thought I could be supportive of the application, given the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I visited the site, actually saw the homeowner when he wondered why I was in the street looking. And we're not an aesthetic board, but I think that your plans actually will improve the house and it will fit better into the neighborhood than it does currently. You're getting rid of the Palladian window and you're putting that charming little arched doorway, correct? So that looks very nice. And it seems like a practical application that is taken into consideration the neighbors, and I don't see any neighbors here tonight, I didn't hear any, so it doesn't sound like to me that anybody's objecting. So I would support this application.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I don't really have anything else to add to that. I think the changes are appropriate and relatively modest, and I think would be consistent with the rest of the neighborhood.
Good, Amy.
I'm not as 100% certain as the rest of you so far. I recognize it's an undersized lot and I appreciate that. And I really appreciate the thought that went into, the cathedral ceiling and how to make it work on this lot. I struggle a little bit with this concept of it being a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house on this smallish lot comparatively. And I worry a little bit, although I'm not sure if it's really a worry, but I worry a little bit about whether the height of this is exacerbating some of these setbacks. Because it's closer than it would be, then the height becomes more prominent, I guess, in relation to the adjacent house. So I'm not saying no, but I'm saying I have a little bit of reservation.
So for the first 5 or so variances, with the exception of FAR, I looked at it as a C1 variance, where you have a hard C1 hardship, where you have clearly 14,500 square feet required, you're almost half that, or a little bit more than half that, so that sort of speaks to itself, and that to me is pretty clear. As for the FAR, it's large relative to what it is, but you do have pretty much a 6% hurt because of your being in an R6, R5 or R6. So that does contribute to that. The garage is where it is, that's the ordinance, everyone has to have one. So it's a shame that it's part of the calculation right now, but that's how it goes. I appreciate the fact that you're considering the building height, that you could go higher, but you're not. And I think that speaks to, once again, asking what you need, not what you want. And I think not making this a greedy application due to the size of the lot is well thought out. So, you're not going to get around the 18-foot side yard. There's just no way. I mean, it's just impossible. Even if no matter how you went up on this, you're going to hit it because of the fact of the size of the lot. So I would support the application.
Okay, so you've heard, I believe, from all board members. As the chairman stated at the commencement of the hearing, there's an FAR variance, 9% and change deviation requires 5 affirmative votes. You've heard some comments from all board members. So the applicant has a couple of choices. They could proceed and ask the board to take a formal vote based on the comments made by board members. If the applicant, and knowing that the applicant needs to get 5 affirmative votes, or in this case, go 5 for 5 to get an approval here. There's 4 yeses and 1 no is a denial of this application. And under what's called the doctrine of res judicata, you can't just come back in a month or 2 months with the same application or substantially similar. You have to make some significant change. Or you can ask for the application at this point to be carried to a future meeting of the board, at which time, hopefully, there'll be more than 5 board members to take a vote. And obviously, if there were a full complement of 7 board members, then you would just have to go 5 for 7 in essence. So it's really up to the applicant if you want to consult with the client.
Can we have a minute with my?
Of course,
Okay.
Absolutely.
I think we should ask for vote now, personally. There is no other plan that's going to work, so.
There's no other plan will work.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I know I haven't been sworn in, but if I had the chance to talk about,
Nope.
no?
You guys are talking amongst yourselves right now.
Well, just, moving the bedroom upstairs is really, so we've got places to work. It's not gonna be, Yeah, there was no.
All right, so we convened and yeah, I don't know if you heard or not, but basically there's no other way to build to add a room. Honestly, in my view, anybody else or a builder or they could just, they're gonna go bigger than this. So with that, I think the applicant decide to go for it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion in this case?
Move to approve the application for calendar number 3890-22.
Have a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Regina.
Chandra Barjani,
Yes.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Craig Plattner.
Yes. Good luck turning into a swan.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, all right.
Hey, well, nice. I like that. I like that. Go ahead, sure.
Yeah, all right.
Next up will be calendar 38, good evening, 38, 80 through 22, but, yeah, we're gonna wait for.
Oh, I also wanted to say, it's tiny. It's so nice.
Just wait for John to get back. You wanna go first?
Yeah, he's.
All right, ready, roll? So as I was saying, calendar 38, 83, 22, 92 Myrtle. I'm not gonna even try, because I will hack that, your last name.
Can I try?
Please do. Yeah, see if you can get it. So,
So I will get sworn in and then that time.
yeah, sure.
Hold on a second. Okay, first testifying, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, one at a time, state your name Spell your name and provide your address, please.
Avinu M. Patel, the company VP Architectural Design. I'm a licensed architect in state of New Jersey.
Ramesh, R-A-M-E-S-H, last name 16 letters, watch carefully, L-A-K-S-H-M-I-N-A-R-A-Y-A-N-A-N. I'm the property owner living in 92 Myrtle Avenue.
Charles Osterkorn with Osterkorn Engineering Associates, Osterkorn. My office is 121 Godwin Avenue in Wyckoff. I'm appearing for Bill Scott because he had a meeting conflict tonight, so I'm going to testify on the plan. I'm a licensed engineer, surveyor, and planner.
Okay, great. So who's going to speak first?
I'm going to speak for a few seconds. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the board and kind of review this application with you. I have the team, the architect and the engineer. Architect will go first and the engineer to explain what variance we're seeking and this is it.
So your qualifications first, if you would.
I'm licensed. Registered architect in state of New Jersey.
And you've appeared in front of,
Not in front of this board, but I have in other boards like Woodbridge Township, Edison area. Yes.
okay, and how long have you been in practice?
Since 2001 on my own practice.
Okay, and are your licenses in good standing?
Yes, sir.
It is, okay. Your qualifications are accepted as a
Thank you.
architect, so please proceed.
Basically, this was existing porch, which was like 6'8", and owner wanted to extend
Hold on
a
a
bit
second.
more, so.
Hold on a second. What appears is a colorized version of the submitted A3 sheet. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna mark this as an exhibit. We're gonna mark this as A1.
A1? Okay.
And A1 is going to be a colorized version of Plan Sheet A3. Okay, and why don't you, excuse me, is the date on that plan, the latest date, September 18th, 2022?
That is correct, yes.
Please proceed. Go ahead.
All right. So this was existing porch, as owner wanted to extend that by 2.5 feet. So total will be roughly 9 feet, and the total square feet is including this front area is about 400 square feet. The exterior of the house will look similar. I'm just gonna. This is, you have a picture of it. This is the picture of existing front.
Hold on.
This is existing
Hold on.
porch.
If we're gonna be introducing new photos or new plans or new colorized plans, we need to mark them for the
Yes,
record,
no problem.
okay? So why don't you mark as A2
A2.
what appears to be a photograph? And why don't you provide some foundation for it? What is that a picture of? Who took the photograph and when was it taken?
Oh, okay. This photo was taken by the owner, I believe, Ramesh.
Yep.
When did you take it?
I don't remember. Recently.
What's that?
It's taken recently.
Recently, in the last 2 months?
Yeah.
Okay, does the photograph accurately depict the current view of the house, it looks like from the street?
Yes.
2 months.
Judging by the leaves, it's a bit older too.
I, okay, so in the last 6 months, okay.
I have extra.
Okay, if you want to give duplicates to the board, so this is A2, photograph dated, we're gonna say, or was taken in the last 6 months, right? So why don't we say September of 2022? Go ahead.
I just want to point out the the front of the house is going to look exactly the same way, the only thing, the porch will be extended a little bit beyond the line. And at the entrance, to emphasize, we have a little bit further more projection at the entrance. At the rear of the property, we are adding 334 square feet of sunroom. And right above the sunroom, there'll be extension of master bedroom.
Hold on.
You want to show this?
You say right
Hold
above.
on.
I'm sorry,
Time out.
You want to show this?
Show us what you just marked as A2, the photograph.
I'm sorry?
A2, the photograph. Can you show us what that was that you marked? Because it looks like the photographs that you're handing out don't look like A2.
This is A3.
Well, that's,
We got A3 already.
I write A2 here.
okay, that's A2. It looks like this is probably A2.
Yeah, that's A2.
Right?
A3.
Okay, so this is A2. And then you've also introduced another photograph
Oh,
here is of the back of the property.
Yes.
So that you've already handed to the board, so while we're here, why don't we mark that as A3,
A3, okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
And why don't you identify what A3 is?
A3 is the rear of the house, taken from the rear.
Thank you.
In September.
Continue.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So the rear of the property, they added a sunroom and a covered porch. And right above the sunroom, there is extension of master bedroom. This is the rear. I'm going to add another name, I guess, A3, A4. Elevation, colored elevation.
A4, and what is A4? What sheet is it?
It's just the rear colored elevation.
A2.
Sheet A2, color. And is that also latest revision date, September 18th, 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
Go ahead.
So the front of the house is going to be very similar to what you see on this photograph. The rear of the house, most of the elements we have maintained, and we are trying to duplicate this look here. So this is the new part. The one in shaded area is the green. That's a new extension for the back of the house.
Can you speak to the variances you're seeking? Like, you have the height issue.
Yeah, the proposed extension height is under the allowable height. But based on these as-built survey, they found the house is like 4 inches over the limit. So right now, I believe 32 feet, 4 inches.
You're gonna speak to that?
Yeah, he's
That's
going
fine.
to speak about the variances.
Okay.
Yes.
But just since we're on it, that the maximum building height is 32 feet, correct?
Correct.
Right? And presently, according to the application, the height of the building is 32.63 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what's being proposed is 32.45 feet, right?
Yes.
So you're minimally lowering the height of the building, even though it still triggers a variance.
Correct.
Just a question on the addition, the green marked on this chart here. That's the sunroom and then that's the master.
There's a sunroom below and a master bedroom above that,
And
yes.
in the picture, there was a deck which kind of flowed down with the steps. Is
Yeah,
that
they're gonna
newly
dismantle,
created?
yeah, there is existing deck, they're gonna remove the deck and extension will be at that area.
I see. Okay.
So is the sunroom entirely gonna be new, or is it an existing sunroom that you're building over? Like, I'm not visualizing.
It's entirely new.
So it's a two-story addition.
So what is the deck now? It's going to be the sunroom.
Got
And since you're building the sunroom on top of that, we're building the master bedroom.
Underneath your sunroom, what do we got under there?
I'm sorry,
Underneath your sunroom, what are you putting under there?
oh, under here,
Yeah,
it probably the
slab, is it slab?
So
or is
what-
it just you putting footings in?
Nothing.
yeah, just open underneath.
And where you have it now, you have this sort of small deck that comes off the back of the staircase that goes down
Yeah,
towards the front of the house.
correct.
Okay.
And there is no deck proposed in addition to the
No.
sunroom.
That's it, sunroom.
So the deck will
There's
be
a-
replaced by the
There's a
sunroom.
balcony.
Hey,
It's
The
about, it's
balcony-
about.
wait one second, whoa. The audience, you haven't been sworn in, so let's not talk, okay? Go ahead.
So on the master bedroom, there's going to be a small deck like a balcony.
Right.
That's,
Can I ask some clarifying questions?
Please.
Okay, just some clarifying questions. How far out will the new porch in the front yard go? The extension of the porch, how many feet?
34 feet.
34 feet, square feet, or 30?
No, 34 feet from this area of the front porch.
No, what is, how was the extension towards Myrtle Avenue?
So is it,
I think
is
it's
your
about-
proposed front yard setback
32
32.4 feet?
From the front
32.4.
to the beginning of new porch will be 32 feet.
32 feet,
Yes.
and the required setback is,
40.
so it's 8 feet.
About 8 feet.
Correct.
And how many feet are you extending it from the existing?
Just 2.5 feet where the main porch is, and then so I would say 7 feet altogether. 7 feet from
the
existing,
existing
yes.
porch
Yes.
towards Myrtle Avenue.
So you currently comply with your setback of 40 feet, 4 inches, correct?
Yeah.
You're going to 32 feet, 2 inches, so you're going forward 8 feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. And then just another 2 questions, and then on the back, the new addition, will you have 2 balconies or 1? There's one on the first floor and one on the second? Small balconies?
Yeah, just small balcony at this.
And how far out do they protrude from the primary residence, the balconies? What is it?
Setback wise, you're
Oh,
asking?
no, just how many feet
Oh, the balcony,
in, I guess, what?
8 feet.
8 feet each?
Yes.
Each one is 8 feet from the
8
primary
feet from here
building,
to the rest.
8 feet out.
L-shaped, in L-shaped.
Yeah.
They're L-shaped?
Oh, the balcony, this level is only 8, it's a straight one, 8 by 17 foot 8. Only at the back is like going a little bit beyond the width of this, or the staircase.
Can you face the
It's
train?
actually,
Altogether
it's
it's-
actually coming out about 2.5
Yeah,
feet.
21 foot 2 inches.
What's coming out to
Yeah,
you?
let's like,
Wait a second.
I'm gonna talk one.
I'm sorry.
From the primary building, the residence, how many feet out will each balcony protrude?
2 foot 8 from the rear of the property is only 2 foot 8 coming out.
Will people be
This
able to
dimension.
stand on those
No,
balconies?
no, he's not answering your question.
Okay,
The physical deck is 8 feet. It's 2 feet off the back, the furthest back part of the building. But they're 8-foot decks,
They're
8
8
by
feet.
what, 17
okay,
you said?
thanks. I was gonna say, because if they're only 2 feet, it would be very hard to stand on.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're each 8 feet out. Did you face the train tracks?
No, faces on that. In the back.
The back?
The train tracks are on the other side of Glen
No, on the
Avenue.
side,
Yeah.
on F.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, just I want to make sure of your references. There's 2 8-foot decks, correct? One at the master and one at the sunroom?
Correct.
Why don't you, go ahead and flip to A2, please. There we go, better picture there. So really, that lower right picture there, those are your two decks. And there we go, okay? So the top one's 8 feet, the bottom one's a little bit larger because you got the staircase going down the other side. Okay.
So it's not coming off the sunroom is below it.
Nope.
No?
Nope. You got the sunroom, you got the basement, which shows French doors. Then you got the sunroom, and then you got the master bedroom.
So it's a walkout basement, okay.
So the front porch currently, how wide is that? How far out does that protrude?
Width of the house, 40 feet.
No, I'm going to, like,
Oh,
from the
front to back?
Yeah.
9 feet over here, plus another 5 feet here.
Okay, and you want to go to what?
From the existing face of the front to the new porch will be 9 feet to the outside. It's on a A3 drawing.
There's an existing porch now.
No, from existing porch, it's coming out only 2 foot 8 inches.
Right, but I'm trying to get, not the 2.8, I'm trying to figure from the original porch. How far does the original porch protrude from the house?
6 foot 8 inches.
Okay, that's what
It's my 6 foot porch.
Nope, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it looks big.
Hold on. What are the dimensions of your, first of all, show on your exhibit, show the board on A1 where the new porch is proposed to go in the front. Please identify. What you marked as A1 exhibit, that's correct, which is sheet A3. Show the board with your finger
Okay.
where the new porch is proposed in the front.
It's the blue line is the new porch. From here to here was the existing porch. We are going to dismantle that, and this will be a new porch.
And what is the purpose of extending the porch?
Actually, that was requested by the
So,
owner.
Basically, I'm like a cardiac patient, and I've got COVID couple of times. So since we are covering the sunroom, we need the sunroom because both my wife and I work from home. And it's almost like we are on the same floor, not able to do justice most of the time to the conference calls and all that. Sunroom will give me an additional space to work out of there. And even when we have visitors, generally we entertain them outside the house. Since we are covering that deck, we want to kind of extend the front porch so that we can have people come in. That is the reason we are doing it. And we are also, one of the things we talked about with the architect, builder and all that, it is, as it is, there is a lot of setback to the house when compared to the other houses in the area. So it is not like completely out of line, we're just going to take off.
Do you have a comparison of the proposed setback of, 32.4 feet? You're going to do that,
It's
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Patel, you got anything else for us?
I'm sorry?
You have anything else for us?
No, I'm good.
No, you good? Good
Okay.
job.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right,
I'll take this.
I'll just leave that there for a second.
You want to leave this here?
Yeah, just for 1 second.
Yes, sure.
Step up to the mic for us so we can qualify you, please.
Yeah. So, Mr. Osterkorn, you've been sworn.
Yes.
If you can provide the board with your credentials,
Um,
your licenses, areas of expertise, and experience testifying as, what do you say, a planner, surveyor, and engineer?
Yeah, I've testified as all three. I went to Newark College of Engineering, NGIT, graduated there, worked for a few municipalities, Scotch Plains. Then I worked for the city of Patterson for like 3 years. Then I went to the Peace Corps to Brazil, which was great. And we provided new electricity there. When I came back, I worked for a consultant who represented municipalities. So I sat on the board and appeared before boards, and he had mostly Bergen County towns. I think I appeared here about 30 years ago for a house addition. I don't remember. Anyway, I've appeared before many boards as an
And you
engineer.
do qualify as an engineer, planner, and surveyor on those occasions?
Yes,
And your license remains in good standing?
Yes.
For all three disciplines?
yes,
And you'll be speaking for all three disciplines tonight?
perhaps.
Okay.
I just want to just go over the porch thing, just so, right now that we have an existing porch, and I'll refer to the other plan. Yeah, I just want to make this, perfectly clear. I'm referring to A2, which is the photograph. We have an existing photograph of the house from the front. They have an open porch with a cantilever on the second floor. What we're doing, that existing porch is 6'8". You can see the cantilever on the dashed line. I'm referring to A1. And basically what we're doing is expanding the porch another to 9 feet. So it's another, it's actually 6'3" and it goes to 2'9". So we're just making the porch wider in the front, but the appearance will be the same here, except you'll have, the porch is just going to come out a little further. All right. And in the back, where we have the sunroom, we have a garage here, and we're basically coming back towards Glen about 2.5 feet, and then we're squaring it off with the side of the house. And that'll include the balconies, the sunroom, and the expanded master bedroom. So if you can visualize it here, just coming out here a little bit. Okay, I'm referring to sheet 2 of 2. No, let me go to the first one. I'll go to sheet 1 of 2.
So when you're talking about sheet 1 and 2, we're talking about the plot plan for 92 Myrtle Avenue, dated July 18, 2022.
That's correct. It's sheet 1 of 2.
Yeah.
This gives an overview of the site. The house fronts on Myrtle Avenue, and right now, our existing setback is 40 feet. Right now, our existing front setback is, 40 feet. And the rear setback is 47.5. So we're proposing the addition in the rear and the covered porch, and our proposed rear setback will be 40.4 feet. In the front, with the porch and the little covering that goes down the steps, the setback will be 32.4 feet, where 40 is allowed. As far as the zoning requirements, we're in an R6 zone, 6,000 square feet, and this lot is oversized, faces on 2 streets. We meet all the bulk requirements as far as frontage, width, lot depth. The principal lot, side yards, and all the coverages we meet. As we talked about previously, we have across Glen Avenue, there's a railroad. And the entire property is screened in the back here by 20-foot pine type trees. So that screening remains in place all year, so you really can't really see the back of the house from the road. From the front of the house, we have an analysis on setbacks, and he went through 12 homes along Myrtle, and the maximum setback on those homes were 20 feet. There was one at 10 feet, one at 17.8, and 2 at 12. So the average was 18.5, and we're set back 40.4. Now, when we do the addition, we're going to be set back 30, 32.4, correct? 32.4. So it's further back than every other building on on Myrtle Avenue. If you look to the building to the right, immediately to the right, which would be, I think it's 84 Myrtle, that has an offset of about 10 feet to the building itself. It's set up close to the curb. It's a gorgeous house. It's well painted. It's really nice looking. But the actual height there, the roof is higher than our roof, so it just appears to be up there. And if you go down 2 houses down, it's the same thing where the house is like 12 feet off, again close to the road. So it appears to have in excess of 32 feet. Our house is set back. The property slopes down towards Glen Avenue. And you visually look at them, the 2 higher houses, we're at least 6 feet. The highest point of our roof is at least 6 feet below that, I would say, 5 or 6 feet. We're asking for a variance, I guess, for an existing condition. This thing was built, I think there was a resolution in 2003 where the plan was approved and it got built. And that's the height it is. It's 36.6 feet, I think it is. And
32.
32.60.
You have 32.63 existing.
yeah, 32.63. There it is. Yep. And we're going to do some grading around there. So it's 32.45. That's for the higher portion of the roof. Again, if I could refer back to A3 from the rear, you can see the higher portion of the roof here. That's the highest portion. And what we're proposing is a ridge beam coming out for the sunroom and the master bedroom, and that's going to have a height of 29.94 feet. So the average for the building is certainly less than 32 feet, but we have an existing condition that's there. We tried to raise the grade to make it so it's less than the 32 feet.
So your variance relief consists of a request for a C variance for height, but you're actually lowering the existing height of the building.
Yes.
And with regard to setbacks, although the requirement is 40 feet, right?
Yes.
For a front yard setback, and you're proposing 32.4 feet, but you've indicated that the average front yard setback for homes facing Myrtle Avenue is approximately 18 and a half feet.
That's correct.
So you're.
In fact, every house is, the maximum every house back is 20 feet.
Right, so you're well in excess of
Right.
the largest setback
By far.
off of Myrtle.
Yes. And I went out and I looked at the neighborhood, and, there's different types of houses, but this sort of sits down and it's so far back that you don't even notice the heights. The other, all houses, or several of them, appear to be much higher. So this will certainly fit in the neighborhood.
How many lots you figure have 2x the minimum square footage, like you do?
How many exceed the minimum square footage?
How many do you think on that street have almost twice the 6,000 square foot R6 requirement that you have?
Unfortunately, I don't have a key map on here with all the tax maps. I'd have to just venture a guess. Probably not that many.
Those houses that are real close to the street, comparable lot size or
Well,
significantly smaller?
the adjacent lots, no, this lot is a long lot. There's 3 or 4 long lots that go all the way down to Glen. So those have large areas. The houses further to the north, to the northeast, it's split into 2 lots where you have frontage on Glen and frontage here. This you couldn't get 2 6,000 square foot lots because it's only 11. So, but to answer that question, I don't have an exact answer for that. I could venture a guess, but.
Anything else, or?
Other than it fits into the neighborhood, I don't think the request for the variances is excessive. You know, I think the minimum that's is really de minimis, and it doesn't even appear to be that high. I'm looking from the roadway.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Are there any other houses in the neighborhood with a porch that would extend out as far as the proposed porch here will towards Myrtle? Like, are there any others that deep porch front?
I didn't see any that were that deep. I saw several smaller porches. They were on smaller houses. I don't think this porch personally is excessive. I had to go through a variance on my house. The town wanted a 4-foot porch, and we got them to grant an 8-foot porch. It was like only allowing 4, but you're able to sit on your porch and enjoy it. And with the distance as far back that it is, I don't think that's a negative thing. But to answer your question, I think there aren't that many that are that deep.
Any other questions from the board? So questions from the audience. I was remiss in not offering for the architect. So if anyone has questions for either the architect or the planner, engineer,
Or the applicant.
or the applicant, please come forward. Anyone in the audience have a comment regarding this application? Then I will close the public portion. Board members, what are your thoughts? I'll go first. The building height I get. I understand that we're dealing with grade there, and obviously we're not making it worse, in some cases better, but I do have an issue with this porch. We have currently a rather sizable porch now on a lot that's almost 2 times the standard. So, there's clearly no hardship here. So, I understand that the comparable houses on the street may be closer, but this one is also blessed with an enormous lot. So to start violating code, you already have a nice sized porch, to make it larger, I think that's a little bit over the top. That's my thoughts. Go ahead.
So I agree with you on that. I'm concerned about the porch and your not conforming by going outward, even though you explained that the other houses in the neighborhood are closer to Myrtle Avenue, and therefore their setbacks are an average of 18 feet, and this one is set back more, and that you didn't consider that ask that much. But I will say the ordinance is in place until the ordinance gets changed. We have to abide by, examine each property as compared to the existing ordinance, and by making it 32 feet close to Myrtle Avenue would be non-conforming. So that is, in spite of what the other properties have, would be non-conforming. It's ordinance that's in place today. I'm also struggling a little bit with the 2 decks that, it looks to me that you have 2 front yards. I should have asked this question, sorry, I didn't, so I'm gonna pose this as a comment. I'm wondering what the impact on the neighbors would be on Glen Avenue. I know there is a bunch of trees, I saw those, and I think it's actually a beautiful plan. But I'm struggling with the porches, the porch in the front of us.
There are no neighbors to the rear, is that correct? There are no neighbors.
No, there are no neighbors, and as I stated, there has to be 12 feet
Yeah.
wide, the pine trees here. So I had a problem actually seeing the house unless you stopped and looked between the bushes. I think you have a garage in the back over here. No more comment? Okay.
Any further comment from the board?
I agree with the prior comments, and I don't frankly get the front porch. But otherwise okay with the changes, but I don't support the porch.
Amy, any thoughts?
I agree.
So, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, so you heard some comments on the board. You can proceed, of course, to a vote, and they'll be voting, based on how they feel, and they can have as conditions of approval that certain things are approved, certain things are denied, or you can agree to carry the application and consider some of the comments of the board members in terms of a potential revision of the plan. That's it.
So what I was not clear is that there are 2 variances we are asking, right? Does it make sense to say that, hearing you the front porch, you're not comfortable. To the extent the other stuff you're okay, can we put that to vote? And then
Sure.
we'll defer the front porch, and for the time being, even if the front porch is declined, we can live with that.
That's exactly what I was saying, yes.
That's
You can ask to proceed with the vote on the application, and someone can make a motion to approve as to a certain aspect and to not approve as to a
Okay,
different.
let's go ahead and do it.
I have a motion that way, please.
Yeah, you're okay?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean,
Actually, no.
can I, okay.
Would you request that the hearing
Yes.
be open? For, again,
No,
then we're done with comment. So can I have a motion then? How do you feel? I'm not sure how to phrase it exactly, but.
Well, you could make a motion to approve the variance with regard to the height, but to deny the variance with regard to the front yard setback.
That's what I can. So I would move to approve the application for calendar number 3883-22 as to the height, but not as to the front yard setback. Do I have a second?
Chandra Harjani,
Yes.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Karen Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Jane Goodall.
Yes.
thank you, appreciate that.
All right, moving right along. Calendar 39/12/23, Michael Levine at 60 Lakeview Avenue.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If he wants to come back with a deck with no change, he's not come back. Leave it back the way it is.
So you're gonna have variance here in front of us.
It's an existing condition, existing condition is that.
No, but let's say he just wants to, rather than allow 9 feet go up. So if he doesn't do anything, the deck. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you stay,
No, I
you're 40, you have basically
Yeah,
have point, you have point
whatever it is.
you have 0.4 feet.
Yeah.
Around.
Okay, you got it.
No, I just didn't know. I was gonna use it if somebody forgot it.
Just want him to understand.
I'm trying to, trying
Thank
to steal stuff.
you.
Just kidding.
By the way,
See you sometime. Yeah, good to see
very
you.
laid back board that really responds to the public. Some boards are not. And you guys are a good board.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
You'll love it, love it. Good to be here.
Oh, it's gone already?
Yeah, your stuff's, we're
Okay.
moving you out.
That's what it is.
Out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, am I the only one? That's it.
Exactly, that's all. Right. I didn't say no.
I thought you guys were gonna take a break.
We did, well, we are, I just took off.
Or is this?
I'm just watching you try to set up that eagle. We'll get started in a second.
So is that our easel?
This is,
That's our easel.
no, that's mine. I just brought it.
I think it was.
Are you both gonna be speaking this evening?
Surprise,
I will be sworn in, but I think I'm gonna let my wife do the talk.
Very good. You wanna
Seems
get
to
that-
work better for me when I work.
Sorry about that.
No. It's not. Our meeting. It's basically one. It's really.
In your personal space.
No problem.
I so appreciate that small one.
All right, with the show on the road, Mr. Simon's gonna swear everybody in. Sure. And then we'll go from there.
Raise your right hand. Three of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, one at a time, name, address, please.
Anisha Levine, 60 Lakeview Avenue, Short Hills.
Michael Levine, 60 Lakeview Avenue, Short Hill.
Timothy Cluster, 38 Chatham Road, Short Hills.
Who's starting?
Definitely.
Thank you for your time. I know it's long, so I'm trying to be as succinct as possible. My husband and I, along with our 3 children, who are 9, 6, and 4, have been living at 60 Lakeview for about 2.5 years. And I think it's fair to say in our 2.5-ish years there, we've never been able to confidently let our children go outside to safely play in their own yard. We live on a corner lot, so we have no backyard, we have a garage. So basically we have 2 front yards. On the Lakeview side, we've had motorists drive onto, park on, back up onto our yards. We've had landscape lights snapped in half, pushed down into the ground. And as a mother of 3, I think, what if that were my children? And then on the Hobart side, our property sits below Hobart, right as it comes downhill and into a curve. And I don't think it might sound dramatic, but it's also a blind curve. It's just a matter of time to me before a distracted driver or a driver driving under unfavorable weather conditions will really careen straight into our yard. If you look at pictures, you can kind of see what I'm talking about right here. Interestingly enough, we actually maintain some of the towns, like there's a stop sign, a street name sign, and a fire hydrant, and our stop sign's been hit like twice. So we're just looking to have some kind of barrier, some kind of safety put in place that safely keeps the children in and motorists out. And that's just kind of where we are. We love where we live. But the kids need to be outside to play safely. So that's kind of the issue that we're having now that we're hoping to rectify.
Okay, so I'm moving. You guys just sit right here. Sit over here.
Okay.
So,
Why don't
yes.
you give us the benefit of your credentials?
I have a degree in architecture and licensed in New Jersey and New York, and been licensed for about 25 years. My license is in good standing, and I've appeared in front of this board on numerous occasions and other boards in the sort of the tri-state area, really.
Thank you. Your qualifications are accepted by this board. Please proceed.
Thank you. The site is, 60 Lakeview. It's on the corner of Lakeview and Hobart. It's in the R4 zone, right? It's really, a corner lot. Our proposal is to add a 4-foot-high fence kind of around the property. I'm going to walk you around, and I did this little graphic thing, and my drawing that's in front of you, what I called Exhibit 1, is exactly the same as your exhibit, and I'll walk you right through it as we go along. But what we're trying to do here is to get a fence that can sort of protect my clients and also not be detrimental to the neighborhood, and actually probably helpful to the neighborhood in this case. And I kind of went back and forth and struggled all over this, and then I think I came up with a really good idea, okay? Because I've been through this situation before, and I know that it's kind of something that we sort of want to watch on these kind of corridor roads that are sort of primary roads leading into the, sort of historic district. But if I look at my site plan, which is down in the lower right-hand corner of yours, and if you had a chance to go over there, you can see that Rich Keller had staked the property. And those stakes are located right there. And this little corner in the front left is that site triangle, that sort of angle that we have to stay away from. So we built a type B fence that started right at this point, sort of aligned with the face of the building. And you can see I wrote B fence, and I came on a 45, and then I came up with the B fence to that point. And what the B fence is it looks just like this fence, the one in the middle at the top. And it has this low curb. And that curb, less than 18 inches high, actually conforms. So it's not really part of the request tonight. But what it would do is it would actually stop some traffic from coming in. And that's why I built that curb there. And then on top of that curb, I put this, aluminum fence. And that aluminum fence is the same aluminum fence that we used on the balance of the property, which is my fence type A. Okay, so if I come back to the left now and show you fence type A, you can see it's really just that open standard aluminum fence. This is a 4-foot tall aluminum fence in fence type A. And this one is like 2.5 foot tall, because remember the total height that we're talking about today is a 4-foot fence. Then this fence in the
Tim,
fence type,
hold on a second.
yeah, I'm sorry,
So fence A is 4 feet
yes,
and fence B,
is also 4 feet.
and what's the difference between A and B?
B has a concrete curb at the bottom,
So you have the brick base?
a brick base, yeah, I should call it a brick, that would be a better way to say it, a brick base. That brick base actually conforms to zoning,
Well,
because,
if it was just a wall, but I
Yeah.
think that you're making it part of the fence, it's no longer a wall.
yeah, so
I
it
mean, you're
should,
being a little creative, I'll give
Right.
you that, but.
I mean, and how tall
it was
is
kind of you that actually at one point said to me it kind of conformed, I was like, really?
Well,
But-
is the B fence with the brick base, is it a total of 4 feet tall?
Yes, yes.
And so your piers are 4 feet tall then, are they taller?
There's no piers. The piers aren't there. I just wanted you really to see the base. Take a look at this, the third photo to the right. That's really what the intent here is, to get a base, but the base would be brick. And then a aluminum fence above it that is planted with ivy and is really a green fence.
So how big is this curb gonna be, this brick base? Like how-
A foot, 15 inches. And then the total of everything is 4 feet.
Got it, okay.
And it would really, in the end, the idea is that it looks like type B, which I call mature planting on the right, except that the base is brick instead of it being concrete. That's all, just because the brick would look better. But the base would do a little favor for us. It would, sort of stop a vehicle from coming in. And then the aluminum fence above is just planted with a green fence. I actually have a picture that I'd like to
So is
distribute.
fence B planted with the green fence?
Fence B is the fence that is planted over with the green. In other words, to create a total shield for this area, sort of the corner of Lakeview on the 45 and along Hobart. Okay. And then
And what type of green materials?
ivy. And then the plan in the end is to plant also in front of that fence, which is this planting plan, which is over on the lower right, so that we can kind of, the green fence just becomes a backdrop to what's really going on here. But then we have our, low-level planting all going on in front. And some of that planting is already in place, if you had an opportunity to go out and look at the site.
Is it in the right of way?
Pardon me?
Is it in the right of way?
No. Oh, the planting would be in the right of way, yeah, I'm
You
sorry.
can't plant
Well, I know, but you know what I mean. I mean,
So,
Well, you're gonna have to bring the fence in. in order
That-
to plant
yeah.
on the property.
so what is it? What are you proposing?
well, we will plant in this corner, we will not plant in the right of way. We'll plant always, like here, I can plant, there is no right of way.
Wait, so.
We
you
will
just
not
re-
plant in the right of way if we can't plant in the right of way.
So Tim, you just referred to I'm sorry, Eileen, you just referred to the area where there's I'm assuming a recorded site triangle,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Who's that in favor of? Is that in favor of the county, in favor of the township?
That's the township's
It's a township
ordinance.
requirement.
Okay, so,
But we could be 3 feet high.
I'm just talking about the plans you're showing on Long Lake View.
Eileen is just really saying to me that, you know how the road is 50 feet wide and it's paved for 30 feet, and you have about 10 feet on either side? And in that planting area, people plant, and Eileen is just saying that you can't legally plant. there.
I
That's all
understand that,
it
I'm not
is.
talking about that, I'm asking you with respect to the site triangle. That, first of all, you're proposing a B fence right outside the site triangle. Are you confident in your review of the site triangle easement that putting the fence in that location does not violate the site triangle,
Yes,
given that you're making this a green ivy fence? So if somebody comes either way, there's no issue.
no issue. The site triangle is actually located on the property right now, it's staked. Rich Keller staked it, and I looked at it again today, actually. This planting that we're talking about would be forward of the site triangle. Eileen is just telling me that
I know.
we can't legally
Separation.
plant in that area, that's all.
So the fence B that you're talking about, and the base is brick. Is it in place right now? Is it
No,
going
no,
to be put in place?
No, it's not in place. What we're trying to do is really create a barrier to prevent a car from coming in. It's a little bit like the road is high, it's a curve, it's downhill, there's a little bit of speeding going on Hobart, and there's a little bit of drift that could occur that they're nervous about coming into their property, and it's actually right where their patio is, which is, I know, also not a legal patio, it's in the front yard, but it's been there, I guess, forever, it's been there before these guys. So, and it's actually adjacent to their living spaces, so they want to use that patio, but it's a little bit of an awkward situation, and by being able to put in this curb with this fence above it, would be able to make it more comfortable, and would also work to shield the patio from the street, which I think is also helpful to the neighborhood in this case, actually, going in the opposite direction. So,
Are there other front yard patios in the neighborhood?
I know that there's one block down here on the same side of the street. I don't know if there's any other ones around.
I think there's
Would
at
be
least
corner
two on
lots.
Coniston. I think there's one on each side of Coniston.
So then when I got to this point, which is basically the face of the building along Lakeview, I went just to the 4-foot-high fence and brought the 4-foot-high fence, my fence type A, this fence, wrapped it back to the garage and brought on the front face the 4-foot-high fence down and back to the building so that we could sort of isolate the yard area from the two roads. That's really, in this case, I have a little bit of, well, I can plant behind the fence and, you know, my trees will grow through the fence. That's what the intent of open fence like this is, that the trees can actually grow through and hide the fence itself. When I got to the corner lot side, I wanted to actually build a green wall because I thought it would be more permanent and would happen quicker and sort of provide closure to my client and also provide closure to the street sooner. So that's how I really address the problem. You know, this is a site that if you had an opportunity to see, it has a lot of landscaping already in place. And our landscaping plan over here has a lot of additional landscaping to go in place. And all of this landscaping helped to minimize the impact of this fence. And it's really a 4-foot-high fence, like about as high as my hand is right now, and open, right? It's an open fence so that the landscaping can grow through it. And I'd venture to say this fence is invisible in 2 years, not even able to see it from the street, but would provide the closure that we're looking for.
Is this going to enclose the backyard then, or there's still going to be, like, will the children be able to run out onto the driveway because there's?
No, we enclosed the entire yard,
It encloses.
separated it from the driveway.
Okay,
It just so
because it
happens
goes around here, but I'm not sure what's happening where it says brick paver driveway. they
We left it, we killed the
impeded by the
fence.
garage.
We killed the fence back into the back corner of the garage here.
Okay, so so
This whole
hypothetically-
area is now kind of,
All right,
I'm
so
gonna
it's
say
enclosed, so it
protected.
encloses the yard.
Yeah.
With no function.
And it just so happens, the way this site is, that the cars are kind of free to go. Like, all of the car traffic is up here and all of the grass is below. Like, this area is basically paved above this upper half of the lot.
Two other quick questions. How do you transition type B fence to type A?
I transitioned to right there.
Do you have like a curve or does it slope?
No, no, they're same height.
Okay,
So I
you
just
like
stopped the curb, started the other one, we'll plant, you know.
Okay.
A holly tree there, something big, permanent that can kind of bury the transition.
And third question, is the ivy conforming with the township's planting plan? I know they have some invasives that can't be on properties here, that can't be newly planted.
Like,
And Boston ivy maybe not.
like the,
I don't know, just find
you
out.
mean like bamboo or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's anything else on that plan that is forbidden, like Boston
No, I don't
ivy,
think
because
ivy.
Boston ivy is
Yeah.
terribly invasive, but so it might grow everywhere. So, I don't know, just something to think about. You may know, Eileen, I don't.
That I don't know, you might have to run it by Stacy.
But anyway, the intent is to put a
You'll make sure it's conforming to.
evergreen conforming,
Conforming to the
Yeah.
township's
Planting.
plan.
Is the point of the green fence to block, I guess, the patio as car, so that you don't see it while you're driving by on Hobart? Is that essentially
Yeah.
the idea versus what the rest of it is?
uh-huh.
Okay.
The patio is, it's a patio, and it is by default a patio in the front yard at this point. It's really probably not it's probably not what the town intends to be seen from Hobart.
I'm just.
Coming
trying to
down the road, it
understand
would be, I
why
think, better in this
why two
case to
different
block
kinds
it.
of fences and one green and one not.
It was just to create a more permanent shield, that's all.
And the site triangle, can you just sort of point with like where that is exactly?
That's this line right there.
It's the line.
It's he actually
So,
darkened in the triangle
so,
area.
so how, I don't understand how you can plant in that area, doesn't it potentially block
You
that?
can plant up to 3 feet.
But they'll grow though.
It's 3
They-
feet.
You'll have to keep them trimmed.
3 feet max, it's supposed to trim.
Low
The
enough,
idea is that
right,
But they have to
that
keep
somebody
trimmed.
can be here on Lakeview, be able to look to the right over the planting
got it.
and see a car coming.
If I could just add one thing, there's a fire hydrant there and there's a street sign and a stop sign, as my wife said, so we're already kind of taking care of that. Town will come by every now and again and say, hey, do you mind bringing it down and having your gardener take care of it, and we respond.
I have the same problem on my side.
I just wanted to understand,
Yeah, I have to trim down my planting.
What are on the right side of your plan, which is upside down? What are those X's stand for?
These X's, they were trees that are being removed or already were removed as part of this re-landscaping. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
they're
Some of them
removed
were
yet.
diseased plants or plants that were struggling and were,
I wouldn't even say they were trees, some of them like rhododendrons and stuff
Yeah.
like that, so they weren't
Rhododendrons.
high trees or anything like that, but that was the initial part of our landscaping plan, which we've subsequently done and replanted that area, so that was just
So
kind of
those trees with the X's have been removed already?
bushes.
they're already
I wouldn't
gone.
characterize them as
Yeah.
trees, but yes,
like rhododendrons, shrubs.
yes, and they've been replanted, or other things have been replanted in their place.
Sorry, I may have missed this, but curious as to two types of fences. Why not go all the way around and, make it type B with, protecting the entire? And is there any thought process behind having two types of fences?
No, I don't think so, really. I mean, he's
Well,
saying, could we want
The
to
only
shield
thought,
the
the only thought
fence?
we had was if I could come up and
Yeah.
just show you. We really feel that the area, this being Hobart here, and there's a blind curve going up here. This is kind of where you get off of 24. You come down Hobart, there's a blind curve here. And cars and trucks come down really quickly here. So we were considering, that's what we were thinking about here. I think it's a little safer and slower on Lakeview, and that's why we didn't feel that we had to do that.
We just didn't think we needed it, I think.
It's expense, but
Yeah.
Anything else, Tim?
No, I guess I just want to try to enforce to everybody that I think we sort of said it on page 4 of the application, that we really think that we're helping to protect the streetscape on the Hobart side. Like, even though we think that it's protective to our patio on the inside, it also helps the streetscape from driving down Hobart and seeing this patio. Right? It'd be nice to be able to actually block it off, I think, for the town's benefit.
Can I ask another one? Totally get what you're trying to achieve here. I did drive by. I'm just wondering, not to open a can of worms, do we need a traffic study or the police to comment on this because of this site corner? There's a.
No.
It's like triangles in the ordinance. as
Well,
far as
yeah, we
that.
conform to that.
If it's not to their liking, they'll make it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Gentlemen.
So I think it serves the purpose for us to be able to hide the patio from Hobart. That's all I'm really. Even though the reason why we're really looking to this is to create some closure for us, you know.
Copy. Okay. Any other questions? For Mr. Klesse or the applicants? Any questions from the audience? We can do the applicants or Mr. Klesse. Comments? Then I'll close the public portion of the meeting. Board members, what are your thoughts?
I guess I'll go first. This board, since I've been on it, has seen similar applications for fences on a corner lot on a busy road. And I completely understand that, and I understand the concern about the blind corner. What I am not sure about is the aesthetic of this fence around the whole property. This idea of creating two different kinds of fences and then one of them being this green fence where the others are not. I'm not sure how I feel about that aspect of it.
So maybe I'll take that a little further. I don't necessarily have an issue with fence B, because I think it sort of serves a purpose, and I like the safety factor of it. Fence A, I can't figure out why we need to fence in this entire piece of property. So I can kind of live with B, not a fan of A.
And also this sort of green fence versus the, like, you could plant trees behind the fence all the way around, like why make one green and one not? I don't understand the reason for that.
So, safety perspective, I totally appreciate why you're doing this. I mean, aesthetics aside, I can totally understand the hardship. I was impressed when I drove by, which I didn't actually get when I looked at the papers when I drove by. I thought, wow, this is really close to the road. It's very unprotected. We could see the patio from both Lakeview and Hobart. So I would support this application.
Yeah, I agree. I don't particularly have an issue with the fence around. I think it would probably look better to be green all around, but I'm not really commenting on the aesthetics of that. But I think, obviously, from a safety perspective, I think this is a dangerous corner there, and I think you should have a fence there.
I would be supportive as well. And leave the aesthetics to the owners.
So I would just, if I may get, like, this is a busy street that lots of cars are driving by and around this area, and I think the aesthetic actually does matter. I think it matters because you're putting this on a busy street, everyone's driving down, and you're having one fence that reaches, and the other one is different, and it matters as part of the granting of this to me, I think it does. And I think in the past, we have ruled similarly for other cases like this where we have seen fences like this and this kind of request, including the height of the fence, which this one doesn't go beyond what, could be improved, but lots of things like that, the tree plantings, all of these kinds of things, I think they matter.
This is a massive fence.
Yeah.
And it really does cover the whole corner of this property. So, this doesn't exist around this area, a fence like this, with the exception of the house further down the street that has a lake in the front yard. But other than that, this is an unusually large fence.
And to your point before, Regina, I actually do think you can exit the fence in the front yard. Like, I don't think there's a fence across the front, there shouldn't be, or where the driveway is.
There's not one there now.
There isn't.
Well, in the plan either.
Yeah.
It ends at the garage, and then past the garage, there's an opening. So it's not like the kids can't run out.
Well, no, it's gated there too.
Is it gated?
We gated it, we kind of created a yard.
Yeah, so.
All right, I see
So
that.
he testified that it was enclosed.
It's all supposed to be closed.
Yeah.
Got it.
Would you be more comfortable if it was a green fence all the way around?
No. I don't really care for the whole lock-in fence. I mean, like I said, the fence B thing kind of makes sense, but this whole going down all the way down Lakeview, I think that's extreme. That's for me, but
It's not that far, right? It's looks like a kind of small property relative to other properties. So we may be getting from just the size of the house to the lot, but the house isn't that big, so.
you want to vote?
Yes.
You could.
And I'm only saying yes, I'm only saying yes, I'm only saying this because I'm convinced that this is the right solution for this, and that's the only reason why.
Understanding though, that the vote is going to be as proposed by the applicant. If the vote is denied and there's no appeal, then the doctrine of res judicata may apply, which means that if you want to come back with a revised plan, it would have to constitute a significant revision, not just a de minimis revision to fall outside of res judicata to be a different plan, just so you understand. And then your clients understand. You can speak, yes. go
We
ahead.
understand, yes.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with that, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve calendar number 3912-23.
Is there a second?
Chandra Burjani,
Yes.
Amy Lawrence,
No, I don't approve it as is.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Craig Plattner.
No. Good luck with the project.
Passes 3-2.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is calendar 391423, David and Lori Schlanger, 86 Slope Drive.
Did you get a limited hours or
Ready to go?
Ready to go?
Anyone else want to speak tonight? Just you.
Just me.
Okay.
Yeah, my client had an emergency, they couldn't be here tonight.
Okay, raise your right hand.
Yes.
Promise swear from testimony you give tonight, truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Daniel Duvenet, address is 28 Farley Place, Short Hills, New Jersey.
Mr. Duvenet, why don't you provide the board with your credentials, please?
Thank you.
Licensed architect.
Licensed architect, state of New Jersey since 2001. It's been over 20 years. I practice residential architecture in this area, and I've appeared before the board. I received my master's degree at NJIT in 1995, and licensed in 2001, and my license is current and in a good standing.
Your credentials are approved by this board.
Thank you.
Are there any more copies of the drawings?
I can give you a packet that I'm going to hand out.
Hold on,
Or you can.
hold
Hang
on.
on.
Yes.
This is good. So if you do, that's great.
Yes.
Why don't we wait until you get
Mark
to them and then you can hand them out before you start describing.
Thank you. So I'd like to hand out a package which represents the drawings that you have in front of you, plus some photographs that I took, and I could mark that as Exhibit A1.
Okay, so why don't you describe, the photographs that you took, when did you take them?
I took the cover photograph today, and the other photographs you'll see was done this past fall, roughly about October of this year. And they accurately depict the way the site is today, and there's been no manipulations to the photographs.
So you can hand out
Thank you.
copies to now to, including the public.
Okay. Nice to see everybody, sort of.
See some of us. Yeah.
Some of us.
Some of us.
Yeah, it's passed out.
So we are located in the R3 zone. The address is 86 Slope Drive. The project before you today is simple in its concept, which is basically to add a detached garage to this property. And in the R3 zone, you're not allowed a front-facing garage. So that's the first major maybe hurdle that we'll look at, and I'll explain why we're proposing that. And so that's one variance. The second variance is that you're required for an accessory structure to be 12 feet off the property line, and at its worst case will be 9 feet off the property line. And of course, it's an interesting application. It's, again, maybe like the previous architect said, this is a complicated one to take on. And so, of course, before I presented any designs, I studied multiple options for this customer where they could add a garage. Of course, in the R3 zone, you're allowed 4 garages. They currently have a small 2-car. And because of the topography, because of the nature of the existing architecture and patios, the only other option was to park this detached garage in the backyard. They have a tremendously large property. It's in the zone, you're required to have 29,000. They've got over 40,000 square feet of lot. So it's not like we're short on places to put this thing. I think that the required, well, I should say the lawful spaces would be more detrimental, obviously, for the customer, the Schlangers, but also for the surrounding neighbors. There'd be a detached garage with a driveway going somewhere in the backyard. And so obviously it doesn't serve anybody any good to have a lawfully placed detached garage. So the ask is to place it where we did, which is at the end of the driveway. So the first photograph that you'll see is a picture I took from 86 Slope, the driveway, and right at the end of that existing driveway where there's a car would be the start of the detached garage. But what I did to soften the palette, I guess, is create, they have a beautiful retaining wall. So I created 2 piers, 6 foot high, with a 6 foot high gate. So that would be in front of the garage. And then on the right side of this structure, a fence, 6 foot high fence, and I planted, I'm proposing we plant some evergreens in front of the fence. And so I tried to push it back from the streetscape and hide it with the fence and hide it with some landscaping. There's also some topography challenges. So if we put this thing in the garage, of course, we'd have to climb up the hill, have a driveway that would take us to the backyard. And so it kind of nestled it right in the spot that it is, so we don't have to take down any trees. We feel like there were behind the house. So we're behind the house, we're also somewhat behind the neighbor's house, and we would propose 6-foot-high evergreen trees along the neighbor's edge. And so really, I think the success, or what could make this maybe taste a little better, is again, this idea that we have a 6-foot-high fence. I've pushed the detached garage 7 feet back so the gates can open easily and close. The positive aspect of this application was, of course, 1 car off the driveway, which is good for the neighbors. So there is a small positive aspect to allowing this application. And I really searched for a better spot. So the other alternative is obviously a detached garage in the backyard, or coming more forward to the streetscape with a 3rd-car garage to the street, which we could do. So we're hoping that with some analysis that you'd find this palatable. The 3rd sheet I just wanted to show you is the elevation of the garage from the street. So it kind of shows the piers that would match the walls, the 6-foot-high fence, and then, of course, it's a 2-dimensional drawing, but off in the distance, 7 feet back, would be the garage. Of course, materials would match the existing house, the siding, the wood roof. That's our application. So I'd love to hear some questions and comments, of course.
So what gates in front of the garage?
So you don't see it, right? So you're allowed a 6-foot-high fence anyway. So this way was a design that I came up with to help soften the blow of, so you don't really see the front-facing garage. So that's the idea.
How tall are the gates?
6 feet.
And how tall is the garage?
The garage at its peak is 16 feet.
So 16, so you would be able to see it.
You'd be able to see it, and it's set back 7 feet. So you'd definitely be able to know that there's a structure there that could be protected from the streetscape, for sure.
But the gates won't camouflage the.
No, it won't camouflage it, but it certainly won't see, which I think one of the reasons for not allowing front-facing garages is, let's say they're unattractive, or, I mean, the only thing I can think of is, yeah, we want to try to make it prettier, right? So, I mean, that's the only reason I can think of why the ordinance is in place for front-facing. And of course, we don't have the room, we have about a 40-foot setback, so we don't have the room to add it to the side, make it a side-facing. And of course, the alternative for the detached garage is in the backyard, in the back of the house, like a detached garage in some of the smaller neighborhoods. But I don't think certainly the neighbors would appreciate that at all. So we're
But in terms of camouflaging it, the plantings will be 6 feet high, the gate is 6 feet high, so there would be a substantial component of the garage that would be above the level of any planned camouflaging.
yeah, you'd probably have about, and you wouldn't see the garage, you'd see the peak of the roof. So it would look like a structure, it wouldn't look like the garage
You said it
door
was 16.8 feet
to the
high,
peak.
so you're gonna see at least 10 feet of it above the level of the 6 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, but the trees are gonna grow.
The trees will grow, but the trees are just to the right. So, of course, the straight shot, like down the driveway looking into the rear yard, the trees won't block that.
And are there, I'm sorry, are there other front-facing garages in the neighborhood?
Very few. I mean, I didn't.
By few, what are we talking about?
Oh, 1, 2, maybe. 0. Yeah, he told me that there was 1, but I think it's outside our radius. It's not a common thing. And it's not a light ask either, because it's obviously not allowed, and why do you need it? But again, the solution for a legal garage is way worse. And that's why I felt like, all right, well, let's ask.
What's the rationale for the garage? So you have the existing garages.
It's a 2-car garage, barely.
More than 2 cars, or they don't like that garage?
They have
the
a-
rationale?
What's the hardship?
The hardship?
That's what I'm not getting.
Sure.
Well, keep in mind that the applicant does not necessarily have to prove a hardship for every case to have variance relief granted by the board. the applicant presumably, because they have an oversized lot, is going in on what's called the C2 flexible variance, where they are contending presumably through Mr. Duvenet that the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments and purposes of zoning are met, and this is a better zoning alternative for the property than having the property fully conform with the ordinance. So the applicant is not constrained by simply showing the hardship. They do have another way to have the variance granted, but there's a burden of proof to be satisfied with regard to that variance.
Question.
Mhm.
Can I ask it when you finished?
Okay.
So you're talking about if the applicant must have a third garage,
Mhm.
that he could threaten to put it someplace else on the property.
Well, we looked at, he obviously came to me and said, we're busting out of our seams, we have the kids and we have cars, and so where can I put a garage? And so this was the best solution for the homeowner, and I think the best solution for the neighbors as well, who would be negatively affected by, we could build mammoth structure in the backyard, so.
But then you might be overage problems.
No,
No
this
way.
is a
No shot.
40,000 square foot lot. It's incredible. So, yeah, they could put, garages, 2-car garages in the back of the property, and obviously make it big and tall and with the driveway. Yeah, it's a modest home architecturally. If you look at the house, I think the detached garage will be very modest in nature. It is not precedent setting because of obviously each property, each condition is unique. So I think, and we could even, push it back even a little bit further, in let's say its location. As I push it back, it'll violate the side yard setback a little bit more. We could lower the height on the garage. I could make a hip roof to mitigate, maybe seeing the peak. But really, it's not a hardship because who needs a extra garage? But the benefit of, because there always usually is 2 cars parked in that spot, that we'll get 1 car out of the way. Yeah, believe me, it was just hard wrestle with.
Any other questions?
Clarifying question. On
Please.
the first, the picture that you have, you said the garage will be where the car is parked right now. Is that where the garage will be, or because the front elevation on the page number 4 of your attachment seems to indicate it's next to the existing 2-car garage?
Okay, so in that photograph, just to get your bearings, the front edge of the car would start the wall, 6-foot fence. So then 7 feet back from that would be the start of the garage. But I guess just for visual, it would be where that car is, but 7 feet from the nose of the car.
So it's not by the side of the 2-car garage, but it's perpendicular.
It's perpendicular to the 2-car, yeah. But significantly back because we have the, I think the survey, which might show up on the second sheet. So if you see the faint lines that indicate the fence, that's the edge of the existing driveway now.
Which picture?
The second page, sorry.
Second page, yeah.
Any other questions?
Oh, go ahead. I have one, but I maybe it's for the applicant. Did you share this with the neighbors, especially on the side?
I think they tried to find the neighbor on the right, I don't know, the neighbor on the right.
Yeah,
but
the one where the garage is.
The
gonna
one
be
negative, most impacted had,
That's for sale.
yeah, they weren't truly interested.
Or maybe-
Right, they weren't particularly interested. Yeah, but obviously that's the one most impacted. So I really felt architecturally I solved softening and going
Question, do you know how large the two-car attached garage is? Because I know you talked that the homeowner is not happy with his existing garage.
Yeah, because there's quite a bit of elevation changes. There's half a flight of stairs in the garage. The garage is 20 by 21 with a half a flight of stairs in it. So it's a good one car.
But it does hold two cars?
It can hold two. On little, if
Currently
you,
hold two cars?
yeah, if you,
And how many houses in the neighborhood have a three-car garage?
I don't know. But you're allowed 4, I believe.
Yeah.
But in terms of what the character of the neighborhood is, do most people have three-car, or
Yeah.
space for 3 cars in their garages in
For
that
sure.
neighborhood?
For sure. 3,
3-car, many 3-car garages in that neighborhood?
I would imagine.
Actually, I actually live in the neighborhood, so, yeah.
I don't know, but certainly it wouldn't be,
So your testimony is there's a lot?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's go with that. I didn't do that analysis.
Any other questions from the board? All right, in that case, are there any questions from the audience? Questions for Mr. Dugan?
Comments or questions?
We'll go next. So any questions?
Questions first, and then we're gonna have an opportunity for comments.
Do you have a question?
Most of the,
Do you have a question?
Hold on, if
We
you
have
have
a
a question,
question.
you have to come up
Come on
to the lectern.
We both do, so.
That's fine. So just state your name and address for the record.
Robin Carp, 83 Slope Drive.
And Jeff Carp, 83 Slope Drive, just for perspective, we're right across the street.
And I guess my question is, a lot of driveways and garages, if you go up, you go around in the back. So why couldn't you just push the garage back onto the property and just kind of go up and around like a lot of,
Yes, we could. So the thought, obviously, that would be better for you because you wouldn't have to see the.
well, that's consistent with the neighborhood.
Yes. Well, why didn't we look at that is because there's it would wind up in their backyard. Right. And the second reason is the topography, the grade. So, but yes, you can. You absolutely can.
Yeah, I guess I'll end this with a question, but you said a lot of the backyard solution and the detached garage in the backyard would not benefit the neighbors, and being the one who's most impacted, I guess my question is, on what basis are you saying that? Because our perspective is
right.
It would.
Yeah, certainly from your
yeah.
perspective.
Because we're right across the street.
Yeah.
And I guess my other question,
For sure.
the neighbor that is as you're facing the house to the right is selling it. So there is an interim period where they're not motivated to stop it, but the new owners may be quite upset with this. And I don't know if there was an effort made to try to do this before the house was sold.
No, he contacted me back in September, so I don't think there was any anticipation of that. Like it took us a while to get here, so no, he didn't know
I
about
just
that.
think it makes
Wait,
more
hold on.
sense to go into their property
That's
and
not a
go
question.
around.
Could you, the house next to them and others, I think, in the neighborhood, there are some houses with 3 on the side.
Mhm.
And that seemed to be a more palatable solution than this. Did you consider that solution?
Yes, I did. So there's the only way to get the third car on the side is to come forward towards the street.
Why not back?
There's a structure there already that you have to.
They built that a year ago.
Yeah, that was just added.
That's just added.
So I don't know if that was part of their
No.
calculus.
They should have not, if they
Right,
won't.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I can't think of any, but I have some comments.
Okay, fine. So comments from the audience. Would both of you be making comments?
Yeah, well, usually I say stuff and she.
So fine, so come forward and swear you
So
both.
just like other couples in the township, both of you raise your right hand. Okay, you solemnly swear from the testimony you give tonight, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Okay, one at a time, state your name,
Robin Carp,
And Jeff Carp,
and you're both at 3 Slope.
83 Slope.
83 Slope.
3.
No, 83.
Oh, 83, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So if we could try not to talk over each other, that'd be
I'm-
appreciated.
Yeah.
I'm
Can we
going,
do that?
I'm going to start, but I also have an expression that I often lose votes 1-1, so we'll see what happens, all right? I mentioned my name is Jeff Carp. We've lived in town for 25 years, and we've been on Slope since 2007. My wife, Robin,
We oppose the approval of this variance for 86 Slope Drive. We are across the street neighbors, so when we walk out of our front door and when we look out of our living room, which we spend plenty of time in, this is what we see. I think to Danny's point, we do see 2 cars there, but we're used to it. It's been that way for 15 years. I think they only have 2 cars and all their kids are out of the house. So I don't know if there's a immediate household need, and I don't know if that's even necessary, but I thought I'd add it. I guess we appreciate what you guys are doing. I have a much improved appreciation for what goes on in the zoning board based on tonight. And my sense is people who have come up here have tried to minimize the need to get a variance and have tried to work within the system. And I think maybe it was in your words, Craig, people have expressed a need, not a want. And I think in this case, this is more of a want. They have 2 cars, they have 2-car garage. And I think if they wanted a 3-car garage, there are ample solutions, including 3 on the side or working around the back. That would be inconvenient for them, but that would be better for the whole neighborhood. So, and by the way, I'm a non-confrontational person, so this is making me real uncomfortable. I think we want to be good neighbors. So that's one thing. They do have over an acre of property. I think Danny mentioned that. It's not a corner property, which I could maybe see having more of a need to do this. It would be the only house, we did a drive up and down. It's really the only house that would have a detached garage and a forward-facing garage. It's completely out of character with the whole of the neighborhood. I'm not quite sure why side garages were a thing, but they are. And I think that's why we have zoning laws. And I think if this was approved, there would be plenty of copycat efforts. Would we be one? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We wouldn't. And I think that's mostly it. Our neighbors, the Zatzes, also oppose this. They couldn't be here because they're sick, and I have a letter.
Can't accept that letter.
You can't. Okay. The only other thing I'll say, getting personal, we tried to hire Danny for a job on 249 Long Hill. A bunch of other architects said, expand, do this, do that. And Danny was kind enough to tell us that in some cases, some houses just shouldn't have work done. They are good the way they are. And I hate to throw your words right back at you, but I think in this case that, so.
And we moved.
And we moved because of that. It was 249 Long Hill. And I always tell people what a great architect you are because you told us not to do work on the house, so.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Any questions for us?
No, I appreciate your comments.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments from the audience? In that case, I will close the public portion. I'm gonna go first on this one. So a lot of great points were made here. From a C2 perspective, it's very hard to say that this would be at all beneficial to the zone, but there are no as I live about 5 houses away from this, there are no forward-facing garages in this neighborhood. And this is not an ideal situation to put this one here. The property is certainly large enough that a solution could be had that may be inconvenient to the homeowner, but if this is something they really want, then that may be an inconvenience that's worth experiencing. So I would not support this application based on its failure for C2. Any other comments?
I think we could say.
Right.
I think this might be a case of just because you can doesn't mean you should. I feel like a 3-car garage in this situation will be detrimental to the neighborhood. It will be unsightly no matter what you plant or erect in front of it. You'll still be able to see it. The neighbors will still be able to see it. And I think I've said this earlier, we can opine whether an ordinance makes sense or not, but it does exist and we have to review the ordinances and the application in front of us. And this ordinance does not permit a front-facing detached garage. But I would hope that this applicant would think about his neighbors and be neighborly in determining whatever he chooses to do. If this doesn't get approved, but I will not be supporting the application either.
Anyone else with a comment?
I think I know what I'd like to do.
You gonna? You go to the vote, right?
No.
Shocking.
Run out of here.
All right.
No, but thank you for your time. I'm gonna relay
Sure.
and we go back to the drawing board. See what
Go ahead.
Okay, so is the matter, are you withdrawing it without prejudice, or you want it to be carried?
Let's carry it and then, I think we'll just carry it for now because I can't make any other executive decisions.
That's a good question.
Yes.
How does, to them, but how does this affect us? Do we get re-notified if
Yeah,
there's
so,
another
well,
effort?
what'll happen is this. Eileen's gonna try to ascertain whether there's a date that we can announce right now for a future meeting, in which case the matter would be carried to the meeting on that date with no further notice to be provided. So if whatever the date is that Eileen states, you would, if you're still interested, of course, which I presume you would be, you would just show up again at that next hearing date.
And revised plans, if they were revised, would be in the fall.
Would be on the website.
Would our previous comments,
Yes, it would be.
Would be a move forward.
It's all in the can, as they say, part of the
Okay.
record.
I'll call you.
yeah, that'd be great, Dan.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
think my gut is that it's gonna be totally different. Yeah, but I'll call you.
Okay, thank you.
Either way.
So wait, so let's,
Well, I mean, May 1st or May 15th.
May 15th.
No, just know that these, well, the other variances will have to be noticed.
Okay.
So this matter will be carried to May 15th. Those concerned parties in the audience, as I said, any change of plans will be noted on the website. So keep an eye out.
no further notice for now to be provided by the applicant.
And I make a motion that we renovate the bathrooms. It's been I can't believe it's 3 years. They should have.
So same time, same place.
Mr. Dubin, I assume you're not talking about the township's bathrooms, but rather is,
Right. Both could be.
Wow.
yes.
All right, thanks.
You just apologize for showing.
Lastly, we have calendar 390722, M. Miller, G. Plowman, Caro, Dan, Steinhagen, 200 Market Street, Law, Section 79 Chestnut. Town.
Let's see, this is with this with this.
Rob, do you need the original affidavit? Fine.
You just give it to me.
Gonna mark it or?
No.
Those pictures were marked, correct?
This, yes, the
Okay.
whole packet was marked as A1.
Do you all need, because I have extras.
Oh,
That's the prior application you're referring to.
Yeah.
Because I know that we,
Yeah, so.
I'll hand them out. I didn't know if she was referring to this, which was submitted.
No.
Okay,
Okay, hold on a second.
take your time.
Go ahead.
All right, Chairman, members of the board, good evening. My name is Daniel Steinhagen. I'm a member of the firm of Beatty Padavano in Montville, New Jersey. My address is 200 Market Street, Suite 401. Representing the applicant, Michelle Miller, Gary Plowman. My clients reside at 79 Chestnut Street. We're here, it's not your typical zoning board application. We're here on a request to interpret the zoning ordinance, which is something that the municipal land use law authorizes this board to do. You are the body that decides what the governing body meant when they drafted the ordinance. The question that we're here about, I'll get to that in a second, but what that means is that where there's ambiguity in the ordinance or the zoning map, frankly, this board has the power to say this ambiguity means X or means Y or means something completely other than what a person is here asking about. The reason we're here is because my client's neighbors have erected an air dancer tube man shortly after this board denied a bulk variance for the location of a swing set back in 2021. I got involved because it's almost like a spite fence type of situation. And I was in the middle, and this is anecdotal, I was in the middle of binge watching Better Call Saul, and the tube man air dancer, for any of you who've seen that show features prominently in the opening credits for a couple of the seasons, and it's one of the kinds of things that you typically find at a used car lot. We have pictures of a mattress store. It's an outdoor advertising structure that is designed to attract attention from people passing by, to catch their eye, make them look over, and hopefully drive business to a retail establishment. It's not something that you would see ever in a residential zone. I think my client's certainly going to testify to it, but I don't think there are any others in the township at all. And so what we're here about tonight is to ask for an interpretation as to whether or not the tube man, there's a picture in the application, we have some more, is an accessory structure that is permitted, or accessory use or structure that's permitted in the R3 zone. The R3 zone in section 606.2C1 talks about what kinds of accessory uses and structures are permitted, and they have to be customarily associated, and that's a quote from the ordinance, with a single family use. And it's our position tonight that this is not customarily associated with a single family use. And the term customarily associated is important because it defines the parameters of what a homeowner can have in their yard that's associated with their house. And the typical accessory structures that the ordinance defines are swimming pools, tennis courts, detached garages. They don't allow outdoor advertising type of products.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Because I think it's important to take just a half step back.
Sure.
So this air dancer tube man is being utilized on a property. Which property is it being utilized? We haven't talked about this.
Yeah, so give me 1 second. I have that in the notice. Where did I put it? Can I borrow that for a second? It's on Wyoming. Give me 1 second. .445 Wyoming.
Okay. So 445 Wyoming Avenue is the location of the air dancer tube man.
Correct, but we're not asking for relief related to 445. We're asking for an interpretation on a, at least zone-wide basis, that this is not a permitted accessory use.
And how far is 445 Wyoming from 79 Chestnut?
They abut. So I think that the side yards of both touch each other.
And I assume that this air dancer tube man at 445 Wyoming Avenue is visible to not only 79 Chestnut, but to other residential properties?
I believe it is. I know for a fact, and the board will see what my clients are looking at from the windows of their home. But I believe it is, but I don't want to speak for the witness who can testify to that.
I'm just trying to move it along a little bit.
No, totally understand.
And in terms of, if you want to, Dan, I know this is just a proffer as the attorney, but I think it would be helpful to the board, is just describe what it is in terms of height, and we see the picture in terms of height, in terms of noise, and in terms of hours.
Sure. In terms of, the height is variable because of the way that it operates, but I believe it's over 10 feet tall. My clients have advised me, and Ms. Miller can testify to it, I know she has a record of it, but it's on every single day, morning to night. And it is a electric fan operated device. We're not talking 100 decibels, but it is audible at the property line. I don't know if it exceeds the state noise code. I suspect it does not. But it's certainly something that you can hear from adjacent properties and from the street.
And I don't know if it was in the materials or not, but you mentioned that there's some history involving the two properties.
Correct.
Okay, so just describe
Sure.
briefly about that.
I was going to get to that.
Okay.
But I more wanted to focus initially on the standard for what an accessory use and structure is, if you'd like me to.
No,
But and this is really not going to take a very long time. I have two more sentences to read. I'll get into that information, and then we're gonna have the witness testify.
Go ahead.
And I think it's gonna take 5 or 6 minutes.
Real quick, while you're doing that, try to focus on why you think this is a structure.
Sure.
Well, and keep in mind, let me just back up for a second and sort of jump on what Mr. Steinhagen was stating. This can be determined to be a permitted accessory structure, a prohibited accessory structure. But it's not just the structure. It's also a question of whether this is a permitted accessory use or prohibited accessory use. So you can have an activity in a residential zone that that has nothing to do with structures whatsoever. And it can be determined that that use, that accessory use, is prohibited, meaning that it is not customary, incidental, and subordinate to a single-family residential home use.
Just so we're clear on what the ordinance says, it's not the typical definition. It just says customarily associated and subordinate. It does not say, at least in 606.2, incidental. Just so we're clear.
The case law is clear.
Oh, no, we're getting there.
That in terms of being an accessory use, customary, incidental, and subordinate to the principal use on the lot. Thank you for the clarification regarding the actual definition in the township code.
Rob, can the timing of the use of that structure or that activity be prohibited, even if it might be permissible at other times?
Yes, so the board in this case is asked to be making a determination under 40:55D-70B of the municipal land use law, which an applicant is entitled, they have standing to ask the board for that type of interpretation. Gary, to answer your question, yes, you can determine that it is customary and subordinate to have a particular use in a residential zone during, let's say, daylight hours.
Right.
But it is not customary to have that use at nighttime, just for example.
Or it could be appropriate to use that device or that structure during a birthday party, but would not be appropriate to run all day.
Correct. And that's why it's very important, words matter, facts matter, is to understand, and I know we're trying to move this along, but we are going to get a factual basis as to, what this is, what it looks like its purposes, how often it is being used or not used, et cetera, so that the board can make an informed decision based on all the facts on whether the use is proposed is permitted or not permitted, and to Craig's point, whether it qualifies as a structure or not, but that's not necessarily determinative of the issue in and of itself.
And we are going to answer that question and what you're going to hear tonight is that it's not appropriate to use this structure, and I'll get to your question, Chairman, in a second. This structure is, the manufacturer's warning label says, do not let children near this structure. So it's not a birthday party type thing. It's not a children's amusement. It's designed for gas stations, outdoor advertising, things of that nature. Chairman, you asked why this is a structure. So the municipal land use law defines what a structure is. It's a combination of materials, which this is, to form a construction for occupancy, no. Use, yes. Or ornamentation, yes. Whether installed on, above, or below the surface of a parcel of land. So if it's above, so we would think typically a detached garage is a structure, it's attached to the land. It doesn't need to be. It can be above the land. It can be under the land, like a storm drainage pipe is a structure. I think that this is clearly a structure under the land use law, which has a very broad definition of what a structure is. And the citation for that, Mr. Simon, is NJSA 4055D-7.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I think it's important that the board not get caught up in the difference between whether it's a structure or not a structure. You're going to make that determination based on what the applicant
What is the
states.
premise of his assertion?
Right. Well, the premise of his assertion, I think, is more that the use is not
Correct.
permitted in the residential zone. So in other words, you can determine that this is not, according to 40:55D-7,
a construction or not, that's up to the board. But I think there's a separate issue, which is the use customarily associated as proposed with the single family residential use in the R3.
So to that point, what customary means, and this is coming from the Charlie Browns versus Chatham Board of Adjustment case, and I know Mr. Simon's familiar with that. That case, and this is a quote, "The board has a duty to determine whether it is usual to maintain the use in question and that it must be," quote, and this is more the important part of the quote, "commonly, habitually, and by long practice established as reasonably associated with the primary use." So for this board to find that this air dancer tube man is an accessory use or structure, it needs to find, based on evidence in the record, that people frequently have these in their backyards. And the answer, I think, is no. And that's my introduction. I have Ms. Miller here to testify. She prepared a photo handout packet that I'd like to distribute and mark as A1, if that's okay. Do you need another copy of this? I know she emailed it to you.
I do not.
Before we continue with the presentation, does anyone have any legal questions?
Hi. Yes,
Hang on one second. So it's March.
thank you.
I have a blow up snowman in my front yard.
Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to turn.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
It's March and I have a blow up snowman
Sure.
that's 12 feet tall in my front yard. Okay.
Like a holiday decoration?
Yeah, holiday decoration.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, having a 12-foot snowman in your front yard in the middle of March or April, a lot, right? So at what point does it become, who's making that call?
I understand the question, Chairman. Luckily, we're not here to answer that tonight. I did think about what happens with the people who put their holiday decorations up in September or don't take them down until April, March. That goes to Mr. Rosen's question, but it's not what we're here about tonight because I don't think that we even get to that point because this is not the type of thing that people typically have. People typically do decorate their yards Halloween, Christmas, and holiday time in the winter. This is not that type of thing. I mean, it looks similar, but it has a completely different function and utilization, at least for the purposes of land use. So I theoretically, if this board were asked that question, which it's not being asked tonight, this board could make that determination. The governing body could give guidance as to when holiday decorations are up. I think that's the better way to do it. The code, the DRZ does not do that. But again, we're not here to talk about that. We're not here to answer that question tonight because that question is not before you. The question is this structure, use, whatever you want to call it, customarily associated with single-family residential?
I just wonder where it ends, but.
I understand.
What if I leave my Christmas lights up all year round?
That's what I'm struggling with is like, where does this end?
Well,
how do you not weaponize this?
Sure.
I don't like that you have a snowman on your yard. I
Sure.
don't like that she has a deer on her front yard. Like, where does it stop? But please continue.
That's all I have. I'd ask Ms. Miller to come up, be sworn, and so that we can authenticate the pictures and documents.
Legal questions?
Yeah, I mean, I opened it up just to see if anyone had a legal, but we haven't gotten into the facts yet.
I can wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, hold on, no, I just want to see how many pages.
7.
Okay, thank you. So, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony you can give tonight, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, state your name and address for the record,
Michelle
please.
Miller, 79 Chestnut Street, Milburn.
Michelle, you've appeared in front of this board before.
Yes.
Can you tell the board about it?
In October of 2021, I appeared when my neighbors at 445 Wyoming Avenue requested multiple variances to erect a giant play structure that was, I believe, 30 feet by 13 feet, and it was pushed 7 feet from my property. And they, despite my request, they didn't want to compromise on the location, and so I appeared in opposition to those variances.
And after the board denied that application, when did this device get installed?
So that was heard, I believe, in October of 2021. And this play structure was removed on November 1st. And then 1 or 2 days after, my neighbors put in the same location an inflatable tube man. And they began to run it beginning between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning until sometimes after 8 o'clock at night.
You can see this from your house.
Yes.
Is there any kind of screening?
At the time, there wasn't. It was in the same location, the same vicinity, approximately 7 feet. Sometimes they move it around when they do yard work, and it stays along right at the side of my property, right in the middle of my house. And so in order to help block the noise, my husband and I installed 5 green giants and 3 trees on our side of the property. And that was, I believe, in March of last year.
Now, if it goes on 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, typical day, today, for instance.
Well,
Hold on. On a typical day, is it on during school hours?
yes,
Do the neighbors have children?
they have, at the time that they put it in, they had, I believe, a 6-month-old, 8-month-old, and a 3-year-old, I think.
Now, what, are the children outside playing with the tube man while it's on, or is it just on?
I've never, maybe 5 times in a year and a half, ever seen any kids out there playing.
Okay, so let's turn now to this package. So we're marking this as A1, Rob? Okay, so the first page after the cover sheet.
Okay, it says prepared and submitted by Gary Plowman and Michelle Miller. So Ms. Miller, you prepared this 7-page
Yes,
exhibit?
my husband, who's on a business trip today.
So I know you're going to ask where the first picture came from. That was an exhibit that was presented at the prior hearing, I believe by Ms. Miller's planning expert. It's in the board's records and files. It's a government record.
This is what Mr. Steck, I believe,
Yeah.
if I recall correctly.
Yes, sir.
And you added that green dot with the arrow that says inflatable two-man location.
Yes,
And your house is, if we're looking, it's on the left.
79 Chestnut.
Okay. Can you turn to page 2? So the picture on the left, what is that?
That's the play structure that was put up by my neighbors without getting variances, and for which I appeared on October of 2021.
Come a little closer to the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, they need to get you on the recording.
That,
And that play structure's been removed?
that was removed on or about 11/1/21, yes.
And you took that picture?
Yes, I did.
And that's from your upstairs
Yes,
of your house?
yes.
And
It's a little, I guess from my iPhone, but that was a 30-foot with this swing set structure.
then when you say 30 foot, you mean 30 feet wide?
Long
Okay. And
and over 13 feet high, or around 13 feet high, I believe.
that picture on the right, what is that?
That is the inflatable tube man that was put up 1 or 2 days right after the play structure was removed.
And it's immediately adjacent to the fence that's on the common property line?
It remains, I would say, between 7 feet to 10 feet away. It depends, and it remains in the same vicinity, more or less, to date.
And you've been out, and that there's a marking on that photo that says the fence is 6 feet tall.
Yes,
How do you know that that's 6
they
feet tall?
put, my neighbors erected that 6-foot fence.
But how do you know it's 6 feet tall?
Because I believe that's the limit.
Have you been out in the side yard of your house, of your property?
I've been there, yes.
Is the fence taller than is it above your head?
The fence, their property is,
No, is the fence, the top of the fence above your head? I'm trying to get a frame of reference
well,
for how we know.
their property is a little lower.
No, I understand that, but when you're standing near the fence, is it taller than you?
Oh, yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's the
because I have to climb up on it,
Okay,
yes.
so we'll go to the next page. What is that?
This is the electric blower that forms the base of the inflatable tube man. And
This is what's on, this is a picture of the actual tube man that is on your neighbor's property?
yes,
And so that sticker, is that like the brand name?
yes, they're, in researching it online.
Well, what's the name of it?
It's called Look Our Way, Promotional Advertising Experts.
Okay, and the website is lookourway.com?
Yes,
And so the picture on the next page is from the Look Our Way website?
yes.
Do you remember approximately when you visited the Look Our Way website to get this information?
I was on the website since last year.
No, but when you
When
got
I took this,
Yeah.
I grabbed this in preparation for the hearing.
So within the last month?
I would say this year,
Okay, so
whenever the application was. Oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, I did it within the last month, yes.
Okay, and in looking at their website, was it clear to you that this was an advertising device that businesses use?
It's always been clear that they're advertising devices, and when I went online to look them up, similar websites pop up. This one is the most prominent, and so when I saw it, I went to look at the device on my neighbor's property, and that's exactly where they bought it from, this particular website.
Okay, and they're trusted partners. Do you have any reason to believe that those aren't types of businesses that use the Look Our Way advertising products?
No, not at all.
Okay, so let's turn to the next page. What is that?
This slide, in looking on the website, I particularly went in on the, because I didn't think that they were appropriate, obviously. And so I went in and I read the manual for the electric blower, which is the operating manual. And this is a safety warning that's in the manual. I believe there's different sizes because these promotional advertising devices can range in height. And so the larger, some of them are quite large, the larger the blower. But for the 3 different size blowers, the same safety warning appears. And so I grabbed it, and I note that you're not supposed to have this around people, and specifically at the bottom, you're not allowed to have children play near it.
Now it says, do not allow children to operate the unit or play near blower, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn to the next page. So, did you take the 3 pictures on this next page?
Yes.
What do they depict?
They depict places in the area, the only places that I've ever seen an inflatable tube man.
Where are they? Can you just identify them, please?
Sure. The first one was when I was driving on Route 22 in Springfield, right at the Hilton Garden Inn. The next one is Route 22 West in Springfield, right in front of Mattress Firm, which is listed as a trusted partner of that particular lookourway.com device. And the last one is the only place in Millburn where I have ever seen an inflatable tube man. And that was last year for a few months in front of the Millburn Car Wash. And then it has since stopped, but I circled the area where it was, which was right in front of the car wash.
Now, you said this is the only place you've ever seen it in Millburn, and that's obviously accepting 445 Wyoming.
Correct.
Have you ever seen another tube man or air dancer on any other residential property outside of Millburn?
No.
Chairman, I don't have any additional questions for Ms. Miller. If the board has any questions for her, obviously make her available, as well as to the public.
Does the blower operate when it's wet or very damp conditions?
You mean at my neighbor's? It has been on in the rain, in the snow, in the sleet, in the morning, at night, all different areas. So I know in the blower operating manual, it does say it's not supposed to operate in sleet or snow, but it has, it even operates in wind, and oftentimes it doesn't even inflate because of the wind. And it's on 12 hours a day, just emitting the noise, and you can see it's like half erected. So, yes,
Do you know how it's powered? Is there a
It's-
cord and extension?
it's
cord?
powered by
I think
this.
you can see the cord
Yes.
on page 4 of the handout, on the left side of it. There looks to be a black, it's probably a 3-prong. Have you gone to the town council about this?
No, I did not.
Asking maybe an ordinance get passed regarding this type of advertising tool, as you call it?
No, I initially made some general inquiries because I've never seen one there, and I've never seen it on a residential area. It's not a decoration, in my opinion, because it's a business advertising product. And it's not used in essence as one because it's pushed to the side by my house and it runs in the dark.
Have you or your council, anyone reached out to your neighbor with regard to this by letter, ringing the doorbell?
We have sent them a letter about it.
And how long ago was that?
I believe it was 11 days ago. But prior to the application, the answer is no, but they did get a copy of the notice that asks for the interpretation. So they do have it.
Okay, so you're saying that besides them getting notice of this application before the board under 70D, you also sent them a separate
No,
letter?
it was just, it was that. And I think the answer to the question, Mr. Simon, is that based on the history between my client and her neighbor, this was put up deliberately to harass and annoy her for appearing in opposition to a variance application. And this was not the kind of thing that they were gonna take down. They put it up specifically for deleterious effects to the client. And so there were discussions informally with the township, but never with the neighboring property owner, because they put it up to do the thing that they're actually doing.
Have you ever, it seems like one of the issues is the noise. Have you ever complained to the police or other folks in town about the noise that's being, like someone has a party next door, I call, I say, the noise is bothering me.
I don't think it exceeds the noise code, which is what the police would be.
Okay.
And then I think that's 65 decibels during the day and 50 at night.
So you've never called or said anything to date?
Excuse me, I'm
So
sorry.
you have not called or said anything to date? This is the initial sort of action you've taken?
The initial action when I saw it was to ask the code enforcement officer, and I believe, because there's no point in talking with them because I believe it was done intentionally and placed intentionally, and there's no point to it. There's no point to having it on because it's a business product. And so it's my understanding that my neighbor through code enforcement, but he's not there anymore. And this was not a thing that I labored on, that they didn't speak to him. They wouldn't speak to him just because, and I don't think he pressed them. And so I didn't want to go under the police regulations because I didn't want to go to municipal court against my neighbors. Initially, I thought they would just stop, but I don't believe it belongs there. I live in a historic district also, and I believe that it's a business advertising product, and they're not using it as anything but for an annoyance to me.
Question. So you answered one of them. You do live in the Wyoming Historic District, which I
Yes.
believe, and that's my legal question. Actually, I think there are some specific ordinances tied to that. It's a legal question, but so you don't believe this exceeds the noise ordinance. Is there a light ordinance?
This doesn't, this is
There's no light associated with it.
There's no light. It runs in the dark.
But it's not illuminated.
No.
Okay,
No.
it's running. And how old are the children, to your best estimate?
I believe when the playset was on, the child was 6 months old.
You said there was
So-
a 3-year-old also.
And then the older child was, I guess, 2.5, 3, and now it's a year later.
So they're still minor children, and
They're
you
little-
pointed out some safety regulations, and presumably there's an electric cord going from the house to the back of the property where this device is located?
I don't know exactly where the power source is, but this is an electric blower that's been outside since November 2nd, 2021. And the warning, safety warning, was specific to this product from Look Our Way, specific to this electric blower. And I will say, because you asked about the noise previously, that it might not exceed the state noise code, but it's a complete and total destruction, 12 hours a day or whenever it's on, to my peace and quiet. You know, you can hear this thing inside my house with my windows closed. You can't open the windows, you can't go outside. You can hear it in the street, you could hear it up the street. And I'll go on, but my neighbors aren't here and I don't want to speak for them.
So here's where I'm going with this. If the children's safety is imperiled, you could, I don't know if you have, so here's my question. Have you notified the Division of Youth and Family Services on behalf of the children's safety?
No, because I believe it's a product that's under the land use code, not allowed to be there because it's a business advertising product. So
But there are some safety concerns that you've raised.
I
There's
just-
minor children.
I don't know if,
You're going to a slippery slope here.
yeah,
I don't know if we're gonna make
Just
a
a question
digest
if
report
she
on it.
had-
Let's not.
Yeah, that might be a little bit,
I believe I was just
We're not
pointing
here to
out that
do
it's not a
safety.
children,
Okay,
it's
that's-
not a children's
That's-
toy.
And just so we're clear on why we put that information into the record is that at least I was concerned that there would be the question of, well, isn't this the type of amusement that you would typically have with children? And the manufacturer says, do not have this near children. And that's the reason why we.
You're right.
A lot of people do a lot of silly things in the yard when it comes to kid safety.
Don't disagree.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody here wants to make the allegation that of bad parenting or unsafe. That's not why we're here. That is not why we're here, just so we're clear.
Any other questions? Any other questions from the audience? Any comments from the audience?
I would like to say something.
Come on up. We're gonna have to swear you in because you're making a comment.
Raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address.
My name is Barbara Wensberg. I live at 86 Chestnut Street.
Can
in
you spell your
Millburn.
last name, please?
Wensberg, Wensberg.
86 Chestnut?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I am a neighbor to the Miller Plowman family. I live across the street, 2 houses further up the hill. I walk my dog continually. I approach the Plowman's house and I can hear the motor of this thing on the street. And I think you need to know that. And most of our neighbors are totally baffled as to why this thing is even happening or running. And all the neighbors have been talking about it. So you just really need to know, this is a major problem.
Have you approached the neighbor that's actually doing this?
Nobody does, because no one wants to, it's the children's issue. No one wants to accuse them that this is really bizarre and this is probably a safety issue. It's a very touchy situation. This is definitely being done out of spite.
Can I ask a question? Have you ever seen one of these things in anybody else's yard?
Never. I too have seen it at the Milburn Car Wash. That's it.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much for your comment.
You're welcome.
So,
That's about the portion of it.
there's no one else in the public who wishes to speak.
Do you need to sum up or you?
I don't know what Mr. Simon's gonna say. I suspect he's gonna give you some legal advice.
Well, you can stop, why don't you say what
So, yeah, so the evidence, well, thank you for listening. Thank you for staying. I said, I was in your shoes once. I'm no longer a board member, but we appreciate you staying till past 10:30 tonight. I'm sorry this took longer than I expected. The evidence is clear. This type of device is not commonly associated with residential use, particularly in this town. It cannot be, under the terms of the DRZ, a permissible accessory use or structure. The code is what the code is, and the board is being asked to interpret the code to say, is this the type of thing that the governing body wanted to allow in the R3 zone? And I think that the answer is clearly no. And the reason it's clearly no is because no one in the town has ever done this before. My client is being bullied. That's the reason why she didn't go approach her neighbor. That's the reason why she didn't make a formal complaint to the police department. This is being done because it's really an affront to what is happening. It's an affront to her property rights. It's an affront to the prerogatives of the township. But to ask her to go to the police, this is a zoning issue. This is not a police issue. Her neighbors are violating the zoning ordinance. And we're asking that the board make a determination that this is not a permissible accessory use or permissible accessory structure based upon the way that the township committee has defined those terms in the code, so that the code can be enforced. There was a request to do so, and Mr. Simon and I spoke about this several months ago. No one really knew what this was, and so that's why we're here saying, well, what is it? Is it allowed? And it's our position. The answer is no, it's not allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there was a question about earlier whether, well, did you, pursue this in municipal court or otherwise? And I would, from a legal opinion, contend that it is a zoning issue that is properly before this board. Because it's not, in my mind, simply just a case of harassment, and you're not here to adjudicate harassment. And what the burden of proof is to prove harassment. That is not the role of this board. The role of this board is to, in this case, make an interpretation as being requested by a property owner in the township as to whether a particular use and or structure, talk about that in a second, is customarily associated with single-family residential use in the R3 zone, let alone in any residential zone in the township. Now, you do not, as I stated earlier, I do not believe you need to find that this tube man constitutes a structure. Structure, as Mr. Steinhagen stated, is a combination of materials to form a construction for occupancy, use, or ornamentation, whether installed on, above, or below the surface of a parcel of land. So I think in terms of this case, you have to consider whether it is installed and whether it is a form of construction with regard to whether it is a structure. But I believe separate and apart from that, as a matter of law, the board can make a determination even if this wasn't a structure. And I gave you an example earlier, and I think we've even had cases over the years where there's been certain activities that have taken place, for example, in backyards. And there's been a determination as to whether that activity is necessarily customarily associated with the use, whether it's being, basketball games being conducted at night, next door to a residential property owner, or any other type of use. I will tell you that, for example, I'm getting a lot of cases involving pickleball, and whether pickleball is customarily associated with a residential use, next door to other residences in a residential zone. In this case, I believe the issue that the board is asked to determine is whether the use of this, we'll call it contraption, tube man, during the hours stated, I believe they were between 7 and 8 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m., is customarily, and it's year-round, whether it's customarily associated with a single-family residential use. Now, the board can make a determination and not just say yes or no. It could determine, I believe, as a matter of law, that you can say, I believe that this inflatable tube man is customarily associated with a residential use, but only during, with the following parameters, whether it's days, times, months, etc. Or you can say it's permitted year-round. I don't see any problem with it, because I do believe that it's a form of a toy contraption. Or you can determine it is not permitted as an accessory use in a residential zone, in this particular residential zone, because it's not customarily associated with a single-family residential use. Questions?
Questions. So I was poring over some of the ordinances. I'm new to this board, and I did come across something that might be applicable or not. DRZ 805 that states something along the lines of, paraphrasing here, that changing the exterior appearance, including the site, requires a certificate of appropriateness. Any addition to or new construction of a principal or accessory building, structure, site, object, or improvement would apply to be the review under this ordinance. Maybe an ordinance already exists to make this something that shouldn't be there, based on this ordinance for a certificate of appropriateness.
And that's for historic. That's only historic?
It's 805, and
Yeah, that's historic.
I believe it is, because this is why I asked, you were in the Wyoming Historic District, are you not in this? Both houses are residing in that.
Right. So I think because of the nature of what this is, and that's why I wanted to parse out between structure and use. I
Word
think,
object is used.
but the question is, would this constitute something that is on a more permanent basis that is subject to Historic Preservation Commission review for certificate of appropriateness?
Define permanent.
Right, well,
I would argue that it would fall probably outside of that. In terms of,
Even though it's running 24s.
asking for a certificate of appropriateness. They take it down, they put it away, so I don't know if a Historic Preservation
They don't
Commission
put it away.
in terms, well, they
Yes.
keep
They turn it
it
off,
out.
they turn
it off.
Look, so somebody can make, but I think that it's a closer call whether this, what is being proposed here, this inflatable tube man, would fall under the rubric of that definition that would trigger the need for a certificate of appropriateness. I think that you don't, as a board, need to go that far. Namely, I mean, you could, but then the Historic Preservation Commission could say, well, I don't think it really, falls, that's not really what we do. I don't think it's an object, as you said, to fall under our purview of review. I think it's a simpler question for the board, for this board,
Okay.
to determine. Now, you could also, in rendering your determination, whatever it is, for, against, or otherwise, you could forward your resolution, whatever it says, to the Historic Preservation Commission and say, hey, by the way, this was before us, and this is our resolution. Do with it what you wish, based on the ordinance. You have the right to do that. But I don't believe this is something where we say, oh, let's first go to the Historic Preservation Commission and see what they have to say. before we
Okay.
come back.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment to that, or are you closed?
Or close. So,
Unless the board wants to.
would you request us to open the hearing?
I was just trying to, if you want, I was just trying to help Ms. Truitt,
Yeah.
and
May I have a motion to open the meeting to the public?
Make a motion.
A second.
Open.
A second. All those in favor?
Aye.
so the first part of the question is easier, right? And I agree with Mr. Simon that this is an easier question than going through the historic preservation review process. I'm not sure that this would constitute work that would require a permit under that section of the code. It talks about work, and I mean, really what we're talking about is replacing an object and plugging it in. I don't think
Just
that's.
as changing the exterior appearance.
Yeah, no, but the section that is immediately before that is it's when required. And they use the word work 4 or 5 times. The other problem with leaving it at the historic preservation is that if someone's not in a historic district, are they going to be allowed to do this then? And so when we're asking for an interpretation that says that this is not allowed, this is not the kind of thing that people should have in their yards in the R3 zone, whether it is or it is not in the historic district.
Wasn't it the case, I mean, the applicant has jurisdiction to ask this board for an opinion, we can give whatever opinion we want, but, you know, we can't punt to historic preservation.
No, I don't think you should. That's why I'm suggesting that if you want, you can notify them that this was your decision.
We can decide
on
whatever, we
something,
can say yes, no.
Then it's out of our
whatever,
hands.
But it's not, we legally have to give an opinion.
You do.
All right, that closes the public portion. Okay, what do we want to do here, folks? Your thoughts?
Other legal question. Are there any ordinances that you are aware of in zoning that apply to safety, public safety, health and safety?
Well, all ordinances are intended to apply to public health and safety. But let me take it maybe in a different direction. So the reason why boards are asked in certain circumstances such as these to interpret the ordinance as to a particular use is for one of 2 reasons. Either somebody wants to do that or somebody wants to prevent something from happening, right? And in the latter category, why does somebody want to prevent something from happening? Is because it's an annoyance, it's not appropriate, right? You know, in essence, you know, in terms of their quality of life, right? To make sure that they are in an appropriate, they bought their house in this case in the R3 zone or some other residential zone. And they expected certain things associated with that purchase and the use of their property, including that people would comply with the law in their neighborhood. They wouldn't violate the FAR or their setbacks or their use, which includes the principal use of single-family homes or accessory uses associated with single-family homes, whether it's tennis courts, pools, you know, what have you. And when you go outside of what the board would determine based on the ordinance of what constitutes an accessory use in a single-family neighborhood.
But more fundamentally, there might be a understanding that your neighborhood would be safe.
Or the right to quiet enjoyment of your
And the
home.
right to quiet enjoyment.
Well, actually, that's violated here.
I don't know either, I'm just.
But it's not a
But it
question.
does appear to be a
it's not
hazard
a
to-
question of, the standard
based
is
on the
not
labels.
quiet enjoyment as much as the standard is the use customarily associated with single-family homes?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm also wondering around that, do we have a responsibility as a zoning board to ensure that people have safety in their neighborhoods?
No, this is not a police power ordinance. It's a zoning ordinance. We have the right to interpret zoning ordinances. So if it's in the zoning ordinance, we can talk about it. If it's outside the zoning ordinance, like you can't litter, right, because that violates health, safety, and welfare, we don't talk about it.
So there is no ordinance specifically saying health and safety, that you can't erect objects
No,
or structures that
Well, when we talk
threaten.
about health and safety, they were putting up a 12-foot tall jungle gym for a 6-month-old. You think that's safer than this?
Yeah, well, look.
So I mean, it's like, where does it stop?
Jungle gyms by nature are designed for children, so yes.
But wait a second.
6-month-old
The
one,
purpose,
7-month-old.
guys, I don't wanna go off down a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
The purpose of the municipal land use law, I'm gonna read it, to encourage, to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state. That's what we're talking about. The appropriate use of all lands in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Okay?
So health is.
But
But
That's purposes of zoning.
and then you get into the, what you're allowed to zone for, and that's a governing body function.
Right, so Rob, so what do we have to find that this is customary in the town?
So I believe that you do not necessarily need to find customary to go up and down the block. And if you don't find it, then it's not customary. I do not believe that you need, that it's confined to a small sample size of the block. I don't believe that it's confined to 200 feet. However, I believe that customary under the case law does talk about what's in the area, right? And I believe that certainly what's in the township in terms of residential homes is fair game.
Okay, so has anyone ever seen one of these in any home in Milburn Short Hills, or any other town for that matter, but Milburn Short Hills? Don't know.
Don't have data.
You don't know whether you've seen it?
I've seen a lot of weird things on people's lawns.
I'm not asking about other things, I'm asking about this thing.
You know, like I said, I feel our town council has taken this on notice, so.
So
I
that's
mean,
what-
I
I mean,
actually-
do we have to decide whether or not? I mean,
It's
we don't
not,
have to decide if we want.
keep in mind that in terms of your comment about town council, what we do, whether it's for, against, or otherwise, is that at the end of each year, there's a report that goes to the governing body, Township Committee, as to, what the Board of Adjustment did that year, right? In terms of report, here are our resolutions, this is what we want. And based on that, the governing body either doesn't act or acts. Oh, these guys granted like 85 FAR variances. We should maybe take a look at the FAR standard, maybe change it, right? For example. Interpretations. Oh, how did they interpret something? Oh, well, maybe we should think about that, or not.
Is there a one-off mechanism to go to the town council, to the township board? To say, we need an interpretation of this?
No, that's our job.
Okay.
No.
So then, I sort of feel like, I hear where you're coming from.
I'm just saying, I just don't know where this ends.
But
Where does it become that I
I
think was
understand the
appropriate
slippery
for some
slope
of
part,
us?
I
So,
really do,
that's
I
fine.
really do, but I think we can limit whatever decision we make to this device, right? I don't think this is customary in any residential area.
Okay.
And it's not for celebratory purposes, it's not for holiday purposes.
Well, we don't think that, but do
How
the
many-
homeowners? I mean, there's a
Well,
lot of.
we have been told we have to decide what's sort of customary and appropriate.
And
That is our, we may not want to do that, but that's what our
For this
responsibility is.
particular application.
Yeah.
We're not opining as to whether somebody has an inflatable
Snowman,
Barney
yeah.
at a birthday party.
It's just this. That's all we're asking for.
So if I'm coming from a different angle here, if this device or whatever it is, inflatable, piece, had to be put in somebody's backyard, would they have to come in for an approval to put this, or is this something which?
They currently do not.
Currently, no,
They
they
have
would
it,
then
but-
have to get a
but
variance
would-
if we
would
said
someone
violate the zoning.
By
Unless we-
law, by what is in the body of rules that govern our living here in this township, would they be required to come in for an approval before they set up? Which is a violation in a way of what they have done.
It depends. So I'm a board attorney in other towns. People come to, let's say, the zoning officer in that town and say, hey, I want to put up, we just had this, I want to put up 3 flags in my backyard, residential, right? And one's the American flag, and there were 2 other flags, and one was because they were a Green Beret, and there was, something. And I want to light those flags, and I want to light them at night, every night, okay?
You're technically supposed to if you give
Can
the flag up.
can I do that? Well, and there's a whole rule as to what the order is and where they're located, and can I do that? And the zoning officer in that case said, well, you can do this, but you can't do that. So you have to go to the board
And so that person went to the board and said, look, I went to the zoning officer, I wanted to put up these things. She said, I can't do that because of this, so I'm seeking a variance for that approval. And in that case, we granted a variance with, based on the proofs, with conditions, okay, for that use. Because it was determined that it was not a permitted use. In this case, let me just finish.
Sure.
You can determine that this use is fine. You can also determine that this use is not fine. And a written determination would go to that property owner, and they would have the ability to come in for a variance. They would have the ability to appeal our determination, right? So it's not like that whatever you do or not do is the end of the road.
So it's not cast in stone. I mean, it's essentially subject to
Certainly not, but we have a role, or the board has a role under section 70B of the municipal land use law to render an interpretation. I think it's properly presented, and it's up to the board as to what they want to do.
So what are your thoughts? Gotta get going here.
So yes, so quick question. So if we make a resolution, we could say something about parameters. I hear your point, these are people's private property, you don't want to be over governing. However, I hear her pain, and what are the elements of her pain? The noise, the height, the fact that it's on every day, in the morning, in the night, to honor people's right to do what they want on their property, but thinking of their neighbors, taking into consideration the people that surround that property. Would we be able to write a resolution that says something about height restrictions, operating times, closeness to the neighbor's property, noise, times of operation, giving people freedom, but reining it in so that it
Where is
doesn't
that?
affect the other people?
You have noise ordinances, this doesn't qualify for the noise ordinance.
But, well, I guess you'd have to
I mean,
apply decibels too.
you can't write legislation
All right, so
for work.
perhaps talk about height restrictions.
Can, but
Well, you either outlaw, you don't, but like,
you
I mean,
can.
I mean, what is
I'm not-
causing discomfort to the neighbors? It's the noise, it's the height, it's the movement, it's the proximity to her.
approach the home.
They don't have to do that to.
No,
to
but
make
They
this
have, they
application.
sent a letter,
no
they
one-
have
They
approached.
made an application.
They sent a letter.
They
All right,
gave, they gave
Let me
notice.
ask you, so,
They gave
so
them
do we, there's 7 member, well,
I know,
do we think this
but
is?
they're deliberating, I can't say anything.
No, because
Do we need the board to decide, the whole board?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this is
Okay,
what's in front of us tonight.
I'm just raising it, we can do it right
You
now.
know,
I have to say, I'm kind of in Craig's camp, like I'm finding it so hard to think of like what is the right answer. Like what if I wanted to hang the Confederate flag in my backyard?
you can do that.
I can do that, and what if my neighbor doesn't like it?
Yeah, I mean, you put
You
it
know,
off in your front
like,
yard
you know,
at
Like,
Halloween.
I'm trying to
Someone's
like
offended
think
by
about
it.
every example I could think
So
of
I would
that,
say
like,
there is a limit to holiday decorations are unique and that they're limit.
Okay.
And
all right.
and it's the proximity of the next door neighbor. all
This
of
used to
the
be a
things that we-
Christmas decorated thing when they started this.
Christmas?
It was actually, the first time it was used was at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta. And then it became popular for advertising.
When
It's
they-
not,
when they-
it's never,
when they first started this thing in their yard.
Oh,
it was a
that.
Christmas decorated tall snowman. I was there. I visited people several times. I was there.
That's not true.
Okay.
And
I did talk about
I
it.
have photos.
And I was there.
Well, that
I saw
just
Christmas
so
snowman.
that
This
is,
is new one.
no, that is actually, I took that from Netflix for Better Call Saul. That is
Right.
not a picture of the device.
Right. But, and it was originally located in that living area, but, like I said, I've dealt with these people
But so,
several times. So anyway, let's get on with it. How, we already closed the public portion at this point, so let's enough. What's everyone have to say?
So Houston did actually ban these devices. They have the city of Houston by code.
That's irrelevant.
Banned it.
That's irrelevant.
So I read it
Come
to
on.
see like what could we do. It was relevant to me, and
that's
they
irrelevant.
actually called it an attention-getting device. And that is why they thought that this particular product, because of its height and its movement and duration, was an attention-getting device, and it was distracting. They're not allowed on private or public property in Houston. So I read that to see what did other people do in the rest of the country regarding this particular tube ban. Actually, it was a tube ban. For me, I would say that listening to this resident, and I'm sorry for this happening to send that out, whether that's relevant or not. But I would be in favor of making a resolution that bans phased being close to proximity, operating hours over a certain height, and I'd be happy to propose that if there's interest in the rest of the board.
Anybody else?
Yeah, and I could be supportive of that. Just mentioned, just to kind of, curtail it down. I mean, proximity is an important point here. I think it's pretty close from the way it is shown here. If you really want to keep it on your property, but keep it farther away because there is concern raised by neighboring, home. So something along those lines.
Is this a majority vote?
It is a majority.
I guess, I don't know, I'm trying to think like how to, I guess like other accessory structures, right, have a distance from the other home, right? So if we're saying that this is some, I don't know if it's structure, but it,
Object.
That's what I'm not.
I'm just really
convinced
like
I'm
grabbing
calling
at
that,
straws. I don't know, but I guess it's fair to say it should not, to be a similar distance from the person's home as some other thing. But I don't know.
So here's my issue here. I have a real hard time calling like every inflatable decoration accessory structure. Because that's what Sharice's gonna do in here. So every inflatable, a tube guy, a big snowman, a big reindeer, a
I
coffin.
don't know if that's right, though. I mean, it is if we do call it a structure, but we don't have to call it a structure. That's what Rob keeps saying.
Right.
Do you call it an object?
So I call it a decoration.
Oh, it's a use. It's a use.
Right.
It's not a
Okay.
structure.
So,
Use.
like I said, I think I made myself clear. I would not be supportive of this. I think, and sorry, in the negative, like I said, I would like the town council to address this properly, make an ordinance up that addresses these things throughout the whole township, how they could or cannot be used. I'm not sure it's the purview of this board. That's my personal opinion, so.
I do think it's very difficult right now to if we are gonna make a decision like this, to ban something like this, that's a very complicated thing. And I do think we would need more time to really think about what we would do if we did go down that road. I just think what time is it? It's like we've been here for 4 hours, it's 11 o'clock. And I don't think we can draft a resolution right now that would, we could be comfortable with, or I should say a majority of people could be comfortable with.
Can we write a proposed ordinance that we would propose to the township committee?
Well, that's not gonna be the case. You
Not
have to
tonight.
make a decision on this as it's presented right now.
And you don't believe 805 applies here in historic, as they've seen as they are in the Wyoming Historic District, that there's no certificate of appropriateness for
What's
this.
their prerogative?
You can decide this case however you want to decide. And you could, by majority vote, decide to not take a position. I think you should take a position one way or another, based on the way the application is submitted to you.
I think we need to.
Yeah.
But I just think to do this right now, I mean, do we have the ability to
What
take
you,
more time?
what you could do is, because it's late and you heard a lot of testimony, is that you can carry this to the next meeting or some future meeting, and think about it. Because I think there's a variety of thoughts here. And sometimes with time, people will either, I think I'm wrong, I think I'm right. Other people say, oh, I like what, Chandru said, and I didn't think about that at first. So, you are allowed to carry the application and ask, for some more time to think about it a little bit more so that you can make intelligent decisions as you see fit.
It's more prudent, I think, given the hour.
So if that's the case,
When would we have an opportunity to discuss that though? The next meeting, or would we come with our proposals? Can we add it under old business?
no, it have to come back in front of us.
Mr. Steinhagen?
I'm a little bit confused. I mean, I understand where the board's going. I'm a little bit confused as to what we're being asked to do. Is it that the board is going to legislate where this is allowed, when it's allowed? Because that might be a little bit beyond its purview.
No, the board is going to decide on the application.
Okay.
Okay?
But in deciding on the application, I don't believe it's necessarily an up or down vote. The board, does have the right in terms of making an interpretation to interpret. And they can decide.
And that's the question, what are they interpreting?
Yeah.
The code says what the code says, it's not,
Right.
which is, these are the permissible accessory uses of structures. It's either it is or it isn't, but it's not.
No, because we could say hypothetically that you could have this for a birthday party. You just can't have this going from 8 to 8 next, right? And I get that, I take a point, and I made the point earlier. Coming up with these details could be a bit radical.
That's a legislative act.
But it is, well, no, we are entitled to interpret what the zoning ordinance means.
Right.
And we can say that it means you can do this between 8 and 9 in the morning, but you can't do it from 8 in the morning till 8 at night.
For certain types of uses, and I agree with that. I think that the simplest example is day activity versus night activity, right? And whether a enumerated accessory use that's in the zoning code
Sure.
was meant to be that just during the day or just at night. And frankly, with regard to whether something is customarily associated, I think the same rules apply. Namely, because you're saying, hey, look, it's not enumerated in the ordinance, but somebody could say it's customarily associated.
Hours, I understand the hours of operation, but the location, the noise levels, it starts to get a little bit into the fuzzy realm. And I just don't want the board to.
Well, then if you're,
No, I'm gonna take you up on
The
your.
answer is, from my perspective, then we're not doing anything.
Right.
I was gonna say, I was gonna take you up on your advice. I just was gonna say, we need to be careful on how we craft a resolution in this regard. The other problem is with, and I do want to mention this, the adoption of a new zoning ordinance that clarifies this would leave this as a pre-existing non-conforming use, and it wouldn't affect it. I mean, I guess the governing body could regulate it in a different fashion under the police power, but if it's going to address it as a zoning ordinance after a recommendation from this body, there is a potential issue for this particular property.
But, I think the issue before the board is something that the board, I'm getting the impression, feels like they want to
I understand.
think about a little bit more.
Well, give me 2 minutes, less than a minute. We made the record on that. When were you thinking about having us back?
We only have one meeting in April, it's already filled. May 1st, I have 111 Holdings, which is coming right as soon as, I don't know how long this is gonna take. It seems like it's gonna take a little while.
Triple Holdings is gonna take a while. I highly doubt it that gets done in a night.
Would it make sense to authorize the board attorney to prepare a resolution for discussion purposes between you all under the attorney-client privilege that could be ready to be voted on? Because as far as I'm concerned, the case is closed. There's no more evidence to present, but it's structuring a decision in a way that makes.
I shouldn't do that. It's a violation of the public meeting law.
Well, it could,
feel like you
in
could
certain
have someone-
circumstances, it could be done. I do not feel comfortable
Okay.
doing that based on the
They're
comments.
deferring
from the
views
board
here.
members. What's that?
They're deferring views here.
Yeah, and I don't
We're not
know,
there.
the next meeting, if people are gonna be in favor of your application, completely against it, we have no idea, so.
Are we so we're talking then May 15th?
May 15th or the first meeting in June?
May 15th.
Any other business on the agenda? It's not on the agenda, but it's.
So this hearing is being carried to the May 15th, 2023 meeting of the Board of Adjustment here in the municipal building at 7:00 PM. No further notice is required.
And we'll extend the time for the board to act.
Extend the time for the board.
Thank you for staying late for us. Appreciate it.
Anyone in the audience have anything to discuss on the agenda this evening? I see no hand raised. Have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second? Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, we'll stay longer.